words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay on a free-for-all football Friday. Holding it down right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered in the midday. Hope everyone's having a great afternoon. I am ecstatic because the Detroit Lions are still alive. Sorry, Cowboys fans. Sorry. But that was an elimination game. We are scratching and clawing to keep those postseason hopes alive. And the Lions, with Amon-Ra St. Brown playing on a sprained ankle, getting it done. That guy. Right there.
Yeah. Hey, man, if he didn't get dropped off in the ghetto as a kid, he ain't playing in that game. He ain't playing in that game, Chip, if he doesn't get dropped off in Compton as an 8, 9-year-old by the great John Brown. That's toughness. That's why John did that. Y'all say, oh, John's lost his mind. No, for reasons like that. Doesn't practice all week. His ankle, man, 300-pounder just rolls up on it. He's supposed to be out for at least 3 more games. He suits up, big catch after big catch. Him and Jameson Williams, it gets within 3. They don't panic. They just go down there and score and keep that pressure on the Cowboys' necks. And, yeah, they needed him last night. They needed 14 last night, and he stepped up for them. Big-time game.
Yeah. Jameson Williams is turning into a beast, man. He is – man, he looks all wiry and like there's not much to him, but that dude's tough. He's tough. He makes big plays, contested catches, runs through tackles with no Sam Laporta. They need all the help they can get. The defense is not good, but it was good enough. I mean, it kills me that, Brian Branch goes down last night. They're already, Kirby Joseph's down. It's they got Muhammad back, defensive end, and he's made plays. They needed him. But, man, it's like the injury bug the last 2 years has been rough. No one cares, but I'm just saying. It was tough. So, glad they got it done.
Yeah, definitely it's been rough. I mean, again, I talked about it last week. Dan Campbell, some of the toughest practices in the league. Champ, shut up.
Champ is fired up.
Champ's fired up. I don't know what they're doing outside the crib, but, yeah, I just – sometimes you just get bad luck, and it sucks because you see the talent like Jahmyr Gibbs, Deron Bland. He's still picking his face up from that move Jahmyr Gibbs put on him last night. Like, Jahmyr Gibbs is so versatile, and I love Bijan Robinson. I'll always be biased and pick Bijan over him, but I don't think there's much of a separation there, if any. Like, if you think Jahmyr Gibbs is the better back, cool. If you think Bijan's a better back, cool. Like, I'm not going to argue with you at all. Jonathan Taylor, I know he does his thing too, but those guys drafted in the first round of the same class a few years ago, they're just different. And Dan Campbell, I feel like he's still figuring out the play calling, but last night that was his best game. And DeMarvion Overshown had a tough night. Tough night, Demo. It was a tough night, dog. It was hard seeing my man Zero just, Panay Sewell laying them out.
Yeah, how about that?
There's times where, he thinks he has Jahmyr Gibbs and he slips away. You think you have David Montgomery, he just slips off of guys. So, yeah, Cowboys defense. I know they brought in my man Quentin Williams, but the Lions, they got all of that defense last night. And CeeDee Lamb, you just got to hang it up with him for this year since you're out. Like him going down for another concussion. When you start throwing up the Tua hands, that's when you know, nah, this ain't good at all. And it didn't even seem like he went down that hard, but you just hit that wrong part of your noggin. You just never know, man. It sucks because he's a hell of a player. And George Pickens kind of went back to old school George Pickens yesterday. That George Pickens that just, where's his head at? Is he engaged? Is he locked in?
Right.
And Richard Sherman had something to say about it last night, which I'm so tired of these youngsters. Like I said about Chris Paul before we ended the show yesterday, like these guys that just don't like criticism from guys that are Hall of Famers. Richard Sherman's going to Canton. No ifs, ands, or buts. Like he was one of the top corners in the league for a good 5 years. Like 1, 2, 3, Richard Sherman, 1, 2, or 3. So I know he could be a little out there at times, but him working on Prime, he's definitely gotten a lot more professional. He calls out George Pickens. What does George Pickens turn around and do? This ain't TMZ stuff or right call stuff because we're talking about the Cowboys now. George Pickens goes on Instagram, puts out a very hostile tweet, or not tweet, but like a story, just dogging Richard Sherman, saying that he has no right to be talking about him, called him the P word, substitute P instead of W for wussy. You know what I'm talking about? He's talking about how in the Legion of Boom, he was carried by the Legion of Boom. And it's like, George Pickens, man, come on. You're trying to earn another contract with the Cowboys. This isn't the time to crash out. You've been doing so good. He's been doing so good. He's crazy as hell. And Jameson Williams got a little bit of that in him. Y'all got to, you got to tame that. Dan Campbell probably does a better job at taming that than Shoddy does. But, man, George Pickens, I get the season's over, but I'm trying to think of you and your future, bro. You have way too much talent to just be crashing out the way he does. I don't understand it. Like, it's just, I hate when players waste talent. That's the dumbest thing. Like, George Pickens, if his mind was right, if he had like Amon-Ra St. Brown's mindset, he'd be a top wide receiver in the league. Some Sundays he is, but just mentally, there's something off about him, man. I don't know if he needs a shrink. I don't know what it is, or if he needs a new one. Maybe he has one already, but it's just, yeah, it's weird. It's weird behavior. And yeah, Cowboys, yeah, they're done. Stick a fork in them.
Yeah. I'm looking at George Pickens, his PFF grade from last night, 50. 5-0. That's terrible.
Yeah, it was his fault, that pick. That was almost a pick six. Like, that was all him. Dak's talking to him, telling him, he's acting like he's there. He's acting like he's listening. But that, yeah, when I saw him respond to Richard Sherman, I was like, bro, come on, dude. Like, that's one of the OGs. You hit him up and say, hey, man, appreciate you calling me out. You're one of the great ones. Like, these youngsters, I don't get it. Like, they don't like criticism. Like, that's the game. That's what Richard Sherman's job is. Chris Paul's job was to be the vet of the Clippers. And when he spoke up and told guys that they weren't playing up to standard, you get rid of them because you don't like it. And he's challenging Ty Lue, which there's a weird Ty Lue video going around, which I can't play because Ty Lue's dropping the M-bomb on it. And I refuse to play anyone dropping the M-bomb on our station. But he's talking about Chris Paul, and he's kind of hating Chip. And I don't know if this was after Chris Paul left or before Chris Paul left, but it's gone viral. And people are trying to have Ty Lue's back. You know, Bones Highland, a former player of the Clippers, is like, oh, yeah, this is what Ty Lue does. He just jokes with us and stuff. And it's like, okay, whatever. Either way, we got to get thicker skin out here. Like, we just do. Like, you can't be getting your, draws in the wad because somebody talked about you and challenged you. Like, I ain't trying to be old man, get off my lawn, but back in my day, guys used that as motivation. Instead of chirping at it, show me, okay, prove me wrong. Prove to me that you deserve that next contract, George Pickens, and that the Cowboys deserve to keep you. Because he's going to be asking for buku money, and the Cowboys, they might pay him, they might not. If they don't, you understand why. The dude up here, he ain't got it.
Yeah, I mean, he was credited with 2 turnovers and 2 penalties. That's a terrible night.
It's a tough night.
That's just a terrible, terrible night. And yeah, and for him to just go right back at Richard Sherman, like he played fine. That was weird.
Yeah.
And that is scary. That is scary. I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, remember, Jerry's had some, he's had some special needs players.
Special needs players.
I mean, remember when he had Pac-Man Jones and he was like, had his security guy kind of babysitting him? I mean, I was there covering the team when they had Alonzo Spellman.
Yeah.
That guy's like bipolar. And they had to call the sheriff's deputies to get Alonzo out of the building.
Jeez.
I mean, Alonzo's a massive dude. And I'm like, then they had the kid from Michigan State, Underwood, who also had some bipolar type stuff. I was like, Jerry, you don't have to bring in all the special needs players. You know what I mean? Like, you can draft some solid dudes, more Darren Woodsons,
right?
More guys like that than, I mean, it's one thing. Charles Haley. And Charles Haley. Haley takes the cake. And you know what? Barry Switzer deserves credit for managing Charles Haley, because those two, I mean, Charles Haley had Switzer induct him. I mean, Charles Haley was a crazy as a rat in a hen house, and Switzer could talk to him. So, yeah, Charles Haley. Whew.
Yeah, certain coaches like Parcells with LT, like certain coaches, they just know how to handle that chaos, man. And those are the best ones. Like, and the Cowboys, they've gone through a lot. Like with Marshawn Nealon, who passed away this season. Like that's tough. Like that's very hard on the team. So I expect this when I watch the Cowboys, and that's what I've seen this year. A lot of this, and their record represents that. But man, what George Pickens is doing is the last thing that he needs right now and that they need right now.
Well, I need to say, man, Jake Ferguson. Huh?
Jake Ferguson?
Oh, yeah, Jake. What'd I say? Jason? Jake? Yeah,
my
Jake
man
Ferguson.
Callender?
Yeah, that dude, he is such a good player, man.
He's good.
That guy, he catches everything. I'm like looking up his PFF numbers because
tough fumble, bad fumble. I think that fumble was a huge turning point in the game because what was it? 10-3?
Yeah.
At the time before he fumbled, and then it ended up becoming 17-3. That was rough.
Yeah.
Even though they got within 3 with around 9 minutes in the fourth, it was still
that was rough.
Fumble.
But man, that was probably the wrong time to talk about him being a total.
No,
stud.
he's good. No, he's good. Like,
man, he just makes third down catches. He's kind of Dak's security blanket. You know, like he's got to put up. I just pictured Dak having to put up with all the drama of CD and Pickens, and then he's like, just let me throw it to Jake Ferguson. You know, that guy just grinds. That guy was never supposed to make it in the league, and guys like that, they appreciate everything. They're grinders. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown. What, 16 guys drafted ahead, 16 receivers drafted ahead of him. Like, he grinds. DeMarvion Overshown grinds. The guys who are, you know, high round picks who think they're unbelievable players sometimes are the biggest headaches. I mean, I say, you know, Michael Irvin was an unbelievable leader on that team, and everybody credits him for being the heart and soul of those Super Bowl winning Cowboys teams. And I watched it. No one worked harder than Michael Irvin on the field. I don't know what was going on. Now I do know what was going on.
He's still wilding.
And kudos to him, man. He epitomizes Jerry Jones and Jerry's love of work hard, play hard. Because Jerry epitomizes that. And I appreciate that about Jerry. Jerry owns 52 companies, and all of them are making money. And he would throw a media party when training camp was out in Oxnard. He would throw a media party in downtown LA at the Sky Bar, invite all the Fox guys, Terry Bradshaw, Howie Long, you know,
even Jimmy.
Yeah. And it was a bash. Like, Jerry works hard, plays hard. And I appreciated that about him, you know? And he loved players like that. And it's kind of weird. Like, most GMs would be like, hey, we need to find guys who are going to, you know, we don't have to worry about off the field. Jerry draft guys, you know, with a little bit of a problem, and it's like, oh, Jerry, because sometimes it didn't work out. Like the drafts that I covered, oh my gosh, in the early 2000s when they're drafting, you know, Delroy Stewart and Derek Ross and Willie Blade, a bunch of guys who just you never amounted to anything. I mean, they drafted Quincy Carter. Quincy had all kinds of question marks coming out of college. He ended up leading them to the playoffs, and I give Quincy Carter a ton of credit, man, because, you know, people talk nonsense about Quincy Carter. I'm like, Quincy Carter led the Cowboys to the playoffs. So, hey, that ended up kind of working out. Not, you know, not great, but kind of. Of course, Parcells, as soon as he got that $16 million after his 4 years on the job, he was like, I got my money, I'm out. He'd gotten divorced. He had some horses that he had been, you know, investing in. And he was like, I need to replenish the bank account. But hey, man, Romo ended up on the roster. He left the Cowboys in a better place. But man, that was you need some guys with screws loose. You don't need guys with and you know, if they need medication, now you might be a little beyond the screws loose, you know?
Yeah. You need a few in football. You need at least one in basketball. Just one. Dennis Rodman, Draymond, Bill Laimbeer, Kurt Rambis, you know, legends like that. So I get it. Speaking of Michael Irvin, this fool was out and about on the streets somewhere, made a video, can't play the video because he's saying nonsense in the video. But look at this fool. How old is Michael Irvin at this point? Because you see the V-neck, it's way too V. The shirt's insanely tight. He's dressing like he's 24 still. I get you're from Fort Lauderdale, but
He's 59, 5'9".
Man, still living fast. Still living fast.
Yeah, he's not doing any TV anymore.
No, because he got in trouble, remember?
Yeah.
Which I don't think he got canceled, but he got canceled enough to get fired.
Yeah. Yeah, he's everywhere. I mean,
Yeah.
he was at the Cowboys, win over the Chiefs. He's at Miami Hurricanes games.
So yeah, he's always at Miami games. Don't let them get in the playoffs. Who knows what he
Oh my gosh. There's a scenario where they get in. There is a scenario. Their scenario is a lot better than Texas's.
So,
I mean, if Bama gets smashed, if Duke wins, Miami's getting in. And Tech has to beat BYU. If those three things happen, Miami's getting in instead of Texas.
It's awful. If Duke wins the ACC championship, wow, that's where we are. Good grief.
Well, and they still might not put Virginia in. They might put Miami in.
If Virginia loses or wins, what do you mean?
Either way. I mean, the way it's positioned right now, you know, I mean, where they have Virginia. Virginia is down there at
17.
Yeah. They're not, I mean, if they move them from 17 in, Texas could be like, are y'all just like trolling us? After Texas was at 17 and couldn't get any traction. Yeah, I mean, watch out for Miami.
It's the greatest Michael Irvin quote of all time. You either run the slant or run back to the ghetto. Yeah, that's my joint right there, Souls. That's a classic. Hey, man, I'm sure Steve Sarkisian's happy that they bumped up the scholarship numbers, 85 to 105. That's big time. Now it's time to get greedy. Now the transfer portal. Now that's for this upcoming season, right? We're talking 2026. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now it's time to get real greedy. We're going after everybody in the portal. Everybody. We need about 10 of them. 10 of them need to be offensive linemen. Straight up.
10?
At least 8. At least 8. Come on now. Give me about 5 D linemen.
Yeah.
Everything else. You know, KJ Lacey, how you gonna look in year 2? Because KJ, I let KJ know you better grow. Because you saw what Carwell did with our man Trey Owens. Who knows what Trey Owens doing? Trey Owens can still stick around. I know none of us are really betting on it, but there's a possibility. Who knows? He might love the University of Texas. He might be close to getting his degree. We all know what starts here changes the world. I feel him if he does. So, but either way, KJ Lacey, if you don't improve, we'll find another Matthew Caldwell out there because we got most scholarships, baby. And that's what's cool. I love Sark saying, you know, you want to get the needs, but with 105, now you could just start getting the luxury guys where the pluses. You might not need it, but this player's too good. He fits your system. He fits your scheme. He might be from the state, and you could get that dude now. Now, everybody, the SEC has that luxury too, but still, like, with the injuries that you have, just those key injuries at weird times, the running back room, it was light at one point this year when Jared Gibson left. Going to 105, that's big time. Shout out to the SEC making that move finally.
Yeah. Yeah, they were one of the last ones to make that move. And I think the SEC coaches were like, okay, what are we doing here? So yeah, now they've got they're on the same same plane as everyone else. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, man. This weekend, not that interesting, but if there's chaos, it's going to be interesting. Chaos being, and we'll ask Hummer. Hummer's going to jump on with us. Just how much chaos could there be especially if Duke beats Virginia, Tech beats BYU. That might be all you need to get Miami in. BYU drops out, or Miami jumps them. But if Alabama loses, or it could be enough for Miami to jump Notre Dame. Maybe Notre Dame falls out, which Miami beat Notre Dame.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't jumped them already.
Right.
Like,
that should have been right. Why did Texas only jump Vanderbilt, not OU? They beat OU by 17. So
count the losses. They lied.
Yeah.
They lied. Why can't the committee just come out and say, hey, guys, we lied? That's what Sark's saying. Y'all being contradicting. Like, just come out and say we lied. What we said the format's going to be, that ain't it. We're counting losses. Because you're right, Chip. Texas beats Oklahoma. They should jump them. Oh, no. OU has 2 losses. Texas has 3. You're counting the Florida loss now? That doesn't make any sense. Like, they just keep reneging, going back and forth. Like, all right, y'all just pick the 12 y'all want in. Just do that. Like, because what y'all are going by, nothing makes sense. Y'all are basically just making stuff up now. And yeah, it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, Notre Dame, the whole Notre Dame Miami thing, Miami, they should be more pissed than anybody that's on the bubble right now.
And the thing is, I trust Notre Dame more than I trust Miami. Like, I don't think much of either of them.
No.
Like, I would put Texas in ahead of both of those two. And, based on what Texas did in their last game, their most complete game, defense finally looked good again against a quality offense. I mean, Casey Concepcion, Mario Craver, Marcel Reed, Ruben Owens. That's a legit offense. That offensive line holding the 17, and they're averaging 38. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Crazy to me, and I'm not even like, if Texas didn't deserve to be in, I'd say they don't deserve to be in. But I thought with that performance, that's good enough to reapply the head-to-head.
Yeah.
I get it. 25-point loss to Georgia. Drop them. But, okay. I see you. You got it back together. All right, we'll bounce you right back up there. We'll apply the head-to-head. No. And Sankey didn't say diddly do yesterday.
I knew he wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes he drives me crazy because he's always trying to say the right thing to where he says nothing. And then when he wants to say something, he goes on Paul Feinbaum. That's what he does. Instead of taking all of our calls, let me see if Sankey calls Hummer back. We bring in national college football analyst and guys breaking stories all over the place. CBS Sports, 24/7 Sports. We call him Hole in One Hummer. Hummer, how you doing?
Not great seeing you with that hat on, Chip.
Oh yeah, sorry. Not sorry.
Oh, that was rude, man. That's just like
Sorry.
a rude way to start a call. But that's fine.
I was just telling Zay, Greg Sankey spoke yesterday at the SEC championship. He didn't say anything about the college football playoff and the committee and the criteria. And at the spring meetings, he was all about that damn criteria. And he wanted to know what is going to be the criteria before we go from 8 to 9 conference games. And then they didn't adhere to the criteria as it pertains to Texas. And Sankey didn't say nothing in that press conference, and he was asked about it. So I told Zay, when Sankey wants to say something, he goes on Paul Feinbaum. Like, the guy, I don't know. What do you think of Sankey and his ways of, talking to the media?
I don't think Greg Sankey's afraid to say what he needs to say, but I think he is careful about when he says it. And I would imagine if I'm Greg Sankey, and I just think Greg Sankey might have to save his bullets in a way. You know what I mean? Because there's going to be a scenario out there where on Sunday, like, he could be arguing for 3-loss Alabama to get in the field. And I think they'd be in either way, but to get on your soapbox about Texas and Vanderbilt at this point, when you don't have all the data, I think would be probably pretty difficult. But I would imagine he will come out at some point very forcefully on Saturday and make his case, or on Sunday morning. I don't think Greg Sankey's been shy about exerting that political capital, if you will. And it's an interesting environment because, like, the future of AQs is kind of up for grabs. The future of the field's kind of up for grabs. And in some ways, this kind of reminds me of 2011 when LSU and Alabama played for national championship, and it kind of led to the college football playoffs implementation. It's actually not the SEC that I think could lead to that this week. Sorry, I don't mean to take you off subject. It's the ACC scenario where you might have Duke get left out of the playoff altogether if they win, for 2 G5 teams. So there's a lot of stuff happening on Saturday, and I think we just kind of have to let it play out because we don't really know what's going to occur on Saturday that could affect a lot of these teams.
Well, if Duke wins, and if Texas Tech beats BYU, what do you think the chances are of Miami jumping Notre Dame?
I don't know. I mean, I think there's two ways I think about this. One, Miami should be ahead of Notre Dame right now. Miami
Right.
won that game. But on the other hand, like, why even do the rankings if you're going to be able to have nothing happen from a Saturday to a Saturday and have another team jump another team? It doesn't make sense. And that was my issue with the committee in 2014 when Ohio State and Baylor jumped TCU the last week of the season, which I still don't understand.
TCU was third in the rankings and beat Iowa State 55-9 and dropped to 6th.
Yeah, it's one of the most confusing, like, to this day, confusing thing that's ever happened. And it's kind of similar, right? Baylor had a head-to-head win over TCU that year. And that last week of the season, for whatever reason, their rankings basically flipped. Actually, TCU dropped 2 spots. And it would be a similar scenario. So I don't know, man. Like, I would really question this committee's decision-making the entire way this season. And it feels like even by jumping Alabama up a spot this week, they tried to prepare themselves for the possibility of Alabama losing 3 and not leaving Alabama out of the field. It's felt like a very odd process this entire way.
Yeah.
Hummer, as far as Texas goes, your thoughts on the game versus A&M, how they handled their business to finish out the season? I mean, obviously they have bowl games left, but to finish out the regular season, and where the committee put them.
Well, first of all, in Texas over Texas A&M win, that was about as well as I've seen Texas play all year. I think you would maybe want a little bit more out of the passing game, but that's just kind of the game plan that A&M gave them. So Texas has to feel really good. And if they do miss the playoffs, like, kind of best case scenario, right? You finish the season, you beat your 2 main rivals. You have that over them. You have some recruiting momentum. Like, ideally you'd like to be in the playoff, but at least you head in the offseason with good feelings, as opposed to what it would have been at 8-4, when I think the discussion points around Texas would have been a lot more negative. So that's the positive. As for the playoff case, I'm of 2 minds about it. Do I think Texas is one of the 12 best teams in the country right now? Absolutely. Like, there's no question in my mind. I think Texas has earned it from the standpoint of what it's done on the field in important games. I mean, I think they're 3-2 against ranked competition. They're the only team in the rankings with 3 wins over ranked competition. That should mean something. But at the same time, like, this field is about best and deserving at the same time. And Texas at the end of the day, lost to 4-8 Florida. They're the only team in the projected bracket with a loss that bad, and they're also the only team kind of in the mix with 3 losses. And that just makes it a really difficult argument for Texas to get in the field, just based on the results of that Florida game. If Texas beat Florida, Texas would be the top number 2-loss team. There's no question in my mind. So it's hard for me to sit here and say Texas should be in over Oklahoma, for example, even though I think Texas is a better team than Oklahoma. Because at the end of the day, like, they played 12 games and all 12 of those shouldn't matter.
Yeah. What, when you look at this weekend, what games intrigue you, and what scenario are you kind of most looking out for?
I mean, Alabama, Georgia intrigues me just as a football game. So does Indiana, Ohio State. But if you're talking about the consequences of a game, it's Virginia, Duke. Like, if Duke wins that game, it's absolute chaos, right? Because then if James Madison wins the Sun Belt, you probably get 2 G5 teams into the field, and that's going to be absolute chaos. And Zay's shaking his head. But it's the reality, right? Like, that's what's probably going to happen. And that's the result of the system. And it's the result of the ACC's, frankly, silly tiebreakers. The Americans done a really nice job with this. If you look at the Americans tiebreaker scenarios, it's the 2 highest rated teams for the committee get into the field essentially in a 3-way situation. And if the ACC had that, Miami would be in the playoff and this wouldn't be a discussion. Or Miami would have a chance to be in the playoff and this wouldn't be a discussion. So if I was the ACC, I'd be looking at my tiebreaker scenarios this offseason. But that Duke-Virginia game could be so consequential for the direction of this bracket and, honestly, the direction of the future brackets as well.
Who do you like?
Oh, I like Virginia. Like, we're talking about the doomsday scenario here, but Virginia absolutely dominated that game the first time around. Duke's defense has been a mess all season. And Virginia should win, but as we know, it's hard to beat the same team twice in a season. And Duke, when it gets hot, especially offensively, is really difficult to deal with.
Yeah. What about Georgia, Bama?
I picked Georgia. I think Georgia's the better team. I thought Alabama was fortunate to hold on the time they played earlier this season. Georgia played much better in the second half. It obviously started really slow. I like the Bulldogs. I like how they match up in the trenches, although Jake Bobo's injury at center concerns me. So does the fact that I think Kirby Smart is 1-7 against Alabama, which is pretty crazy. 0-2 against Kalen DeBoer. But that one win was pretty important. It was the national championship game. So he's got that one. And I think he gets number 2 in the SEC championship this weekend.
Yeah. Indianapolis Big Ten Championship 1 versus 2. Ohio State versus Indiana. Who you liking this one, Hummer?
I picked Ohio State. I think Ohio State is the better team. Indiana is a lot better than the version we saw last year that got blown out by the Buckeyes late in the season. Like, I feel very strongly about that. Indiana has a better quarterback. I think Indiana is a little bit better along the fronts. But Ohio State is the best team in the country, in my opinion. They have been all year. I think they have the advantage in the trenches. Even though, like, a small part of me is a little concerned about Ohio State's kind of interior offensive line and the ability to generate the run consistently. But overall, I like Ohio State.
You like Ohio State to cover the 4?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. And Texas Tech, you don't see any problems there, or do you?
I think Texas Tech's the best team in the Big 12 by a pretty significant margin. When Baron Morton's played, that's kind of played itself out. So yeah, I like Texas Tech to take care of business there. I think Bear Bachmeier really struggled the first time around. Maybe he's a little bit better, but that Texas Tech front just controls the game, and I think that's probably going to continue to happen.
You think Tech's good enough to win? You think Tech's good enough to win the national championship?
I think as long as Baron Morton plays good football, Texas Tech is good enough to win the national championship. It just depends on, like, if he can avoid turnovers and kind of pressing. But I think he's a really good player, and gives Texas Tech a chance. Not the best quarterback in the field, but definitely gives Texas Tech a chance.
Does the winner of the Big Ten Championship quarterback win the Heisman?
I think so, even though I think Diego Pavia should win the Heisman. But when you don't have a stage to play on late, it makes it difficult. But Diego Pavia would be my pick, but I do think the winner on Saturday has the best chance for sure. And I think Julian saying win the Heisman to me would be very odd, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think he's probably, like, realistically, I don't mean this in a demeaning way. Like, he's going to probably be a first-round pick too, but he's probably the 5th or 6th best player on his team this year. And it feels very odd that the 5th or 6th best player on his team could win the Heisman.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm looking at Caleb Downs. I mean, I'm looking at, Arvell Reese. I'm looking at dudes that have, made big plays over and over and over again, consistently. As I, break down all the Heisman.
Reese is so good, by the way. Like, really,
yeah,
really good.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Anthony Hill as a finalist for the Butkus. Anthony Hill should have won it last year. This year, I don't know how you don't, go with Arvell Reese, but Hummer, who do you think is capable of winning the national championship? You said Tech if Baron Morton plays well. I'm assuming Georgia would be on your list. Ohio State, Indiana.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think it's a pretty big bucket. Honestly, I think everybody except for if Virginia gets out of the ACC, sorry to be that person, I have a hard time seeing them win a national championship. I struggle with Ole Miss right now as well, but basically everybody else, like other than the G5 teams that could get into the bracket, I think have a really good chance of winning a national championship, or at least are in the mix to win a national championship.
Oklahoma?
I take that back. Oklahoma's out. Oklahoma can't win a national championship this year. That offense is too penalizing.
That offense, yeah. I agree with you.
But everybody else, Ole Miss, Oklahoma out, G5 champion out, ACC team out, unless it's Miami. Miami can win a national championship if Carson Beck plays well. Everybody else has a chance. I strongly feel that way. This is the most open it's been in a long time.
Hummer, now that Lane Kiffin is in Baton Rouge, I ask you your thoughts on that whole situation, how it went down, and how we ended up here.
It was messy. It's often messy with Lane Kiffin, and it was messy there. I think he was going to LSU for 8 days, basically, and he just kind of wanted to avoid kind of the distraction for his team, and in doing so created a bigger distraction, if that makes sense. Kind of an odd one. And I just think it was a very Lane Kiffin saga. But like, that is Lane Kiffin. That's what you get with Lane Kiffin. And LSU ultimately got the guy they wanted. And it's a significant move in college football. It's just very interesting that a guy who's never made the playoff until this year, and a guy who's largely outside of his time at Ole Miss, never really won anything as a head coach of significant nature, is now the second highest paid coach in college football and commanded this kind of attention. But there's one thing about Lane Kiffin: he's going to put up points, and LSU felt that was the right guy. And it's just unfortunate how the timing worked out, because it was a saga and Lane Kiffin made it worse, but the calendar kind of like ultimately made this occur the way it did.
I think people are more upset with Lane Kiffin about the fact that he didn't really have a dog.
Is that not really his dog?
No, it's like someone in Oxford's dog.
Juice.
No, that's lame.
Yeah. Like, geez, Lane. I'm with you, Hummer. I don't feel like LSU, I don't know what they got. I kind of feel like Ole Miss was perfect for Lane. He got to, kind of work out of the road grader microscope ant under a magnifying glass, which is where he is right now. And we've seen him not react well to that in the past. So I don't know. This is going to be fun, but I don't know that it's going to result in, championship results. Of course, I probably wasn't thinking Ed Orgeron was going to hoist the trophy either. And yet, great move bringing in Joe Brady and having recruited Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and Moss's kid and all that talent, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. But I don't know.
It's a place where, as we've seen, I know it didn't go well for Brian Kelly, but the other three coaches that have coached there the last decade or this century have won national championships. So it's a school that provides the ultimate ceiling in college football. It's one of a few places that you could really say that, including Texas, like obviously, and a few others. So it's a matter of getting the right coach and getting the right kind of feel for the place. And I think Lane Kiffin will probably embrace it in a way that Brian Kelly didn't. Although Lane Kiffin also has his flaws as a coach too. Like, nobody that's ever worked for Lane Kiffin will call him like a dogged recruiter necessarily. He's not in the Nick Saban or Kirby Smart mold. But what he is really creative. He's one of the best play callers in the sport. He generates attention like nobody else, and attention is value in this era of college athletics and with the players. So it'll definitely not be boring. I would bet on him being successful. Would I bet on him winning a national championship? I don't know. But I would expect them to be back in the playoff mix under Lane Kiffin.
Are you buying any of this possibility that Kalen DeBoer, if Alabama loses, he could be, ending up at, if Michigan decides to let go of Sharon Moore? Or are you buying that Kalen DeBoer could be somewhere other than Alabama at the start of the 2026 season?
I would be surprised. The Penn State stuff was never real. I think Penn State would have liked it to be real. I mean, if a Michigan opens up, maybe, but maybe anyway. We'll see. But no, I would be very surprised if Kalen DeBoer was anywhere else but Alabama at the start of next year. It's a very difficult job to leave unless they're making you leave. And he's going to make the playoff this year. Alabama's going to have as good a chance as anybody to make a run. And I don't know, like 12 months ago, right? This time we were talking about Ryan Day maybe needing to go to the NFL or take another job, and he won a national championship 5 weeks later. Like, Kalen DeBoer could just do that. Like, it's very possible. You could win the SEC championship and then win the national championship. You only have to win 4 more games, really, if you're Kalen DeBoer, and that's very possible.
Speaking of Penn State, Hummer, they seem like the only school that cannot find a coach. And then James Franklin in Plattsburgh, he goes and takes all of the players with him there. Where does Penn State go from here?
Well, they're targeting Matt Campbell. To my knowledge, it's not done at this point, but I think it's trending that way. And Matt Campbell's going to have a rebuild on his hands. Let's be real. They signed 2 recruits during the early signing period. I think there's a significant risk of losing a lot of the roster to Virginia Tech. So Matt Campbell's going to have to do what he did at Iowa State, which is basically start from the ground up and build that proud program back. I think he's capable of doing it. He is a program builder. It is 2 things are interesting to me with that, though. One, you're trading a high floor coach for a high floor coach, because that's what Matt Campbell is. He's a really high floor coach that hasn't won a Big 12 championship in 10 years at Iowa State. You could argue the resources at Iowa State aren't that good, but they're equivalent to most other schools in the league the last couple of years. And also, like, Matt Campbell for years and years and years have turned down jobs. Like, he stayed put. And the time he finally takes a job is actually the time where he was kind of like the last second choice, right? This is not the one where he was targeted immediately, went for it, and got it. This is one where 7 or 8 other coaches either turned it down or got extensions because of it. And like, they had to turn to Matt Campbell. So it's an interesting marriage, and I'll be curious what happens with Pat Kraft, their athletic director, as well.
All right, Hummer, I know you got to go, but real quick, your thoughts on Chris Kleiman retiring and Colin Klein becoming the new head coach at K-State?
Not shocked. Well, a little surprised, because those rumors have been hot and heavy for like 2 months this season that Kleinman could retire. It kind of cooled down a little bit the last 2 weeks, and then obviously picked up when it did earlier this week. But Colin Klein being the next Kansas State head coach is the least surprising thing I've ever heard. I could have told you 3 years ago, whenever Chris Kleinman left, Colin Klein would be the head coach.
Did Kleinman get pushed out, though?
It's a good question. I don't have that reporting to say that.
Yeah.
But I do think if you watched what happened to Kentucky this year, I mean, I'm not saying Will Stein is a bad consolation prize by any means, but John Summerall would have been their guy had Mark Stoops been let go a year earlier. And Colin Klein, on the trajectory he was on, was going to get a head coaching job soon. And I think for Kansas State, it made sense. And for Chris Hyman, it made sense. And for Colin Klein, it made sense. So we'll see how it goes. Colin Klein is a very unique personality. He is a very unique personality, and I'll be curious what that looks like as a head coach. But I think he's a fit for that place, and he's a legend in that place. And you could do a lot worse as an offensive play caller as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Last one for me, Homer. How would you grade the SEC new hires from Florida's new hire, Arkansas, John, Auburn?
Well, I mean, LSU, if you think about the hires, right? LSU got the first choice, which is Lane Kiffin. That's the guy everybody wanted. Florida got the second choice, which is John Summerall. The other two had to pivot. I think Florida and LSU ended up with really, really good coaches. I think it probably is going to work for Alex Golesh at Auburn, although that offense is a lot like what Josh Heupel runs at Tennessee. And I do wonder if that kind of puts a ceiling on your program a little bit. We'll see on Arkansas. Ryan Silverfield was not their first or fifth choice. So we'll see how that goes. He has won a lot at Memphis. He's a really good coach, but Memphis has as many resources as anybody else in the American, and they just didn't win a championship under Silverfield. And that's not the expectation at Arkansas. Maybe Silverfield's a ceiling raiser, but that was okay. And I'm sure I'm missing another head coach in there.
Will Stein.
Oh, I think the Will Stein hire for Kentucky. Like, Kentucky's a tough job. To get arguably the hottest offensive coordinator in the country, to get Will Stein to come home to where he's from, I think is a very strong hire. And honestly, I get very tired of watching Kentucky offensive football the last 5 years, and I won't mind a change. That's for sure.
What about Pete Golding at Ole Miss?
Oh yeah, there's been so many. I think that's as good as they could have done given the circumstances. I think Pete Golding's a very good head coach, or very good defensive coordinator. We'll see what it looks like as a head coach, but given the fact that they're just kind of fighting for their lives, trying to keep their roster together and trying to take advantage of a window they have in the playoff, I think it made all the sense in the world to hire Pete Golding in that situation. I don't know what that roster is going to look like next year, to be honest, but for now and for the immediate future with the playoff game ahead, I think it made a lot of sense.
Well, Hummer, we know you're breaking all kinds of stories. Keep up the good work. Everybody follow Hummer at Chris_Hummer. Thanks, Hummer. Talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Sounds good. Later.
Thanks, Hummer.
Right, there he is. Hole-in-one Hummer. Guy's been breaking stories. He and Matt Zenitz at CBS Sports breaking all kinds of stories on the college coaching carousel. All right, before John McClain jumps in, I want to talk to y'all about getting healthy with Humann. And they make it so easy because they put exactly what you need right on the bottle, and it's so beautiful. See that? Metabolic Health Daily from Humann with 2 N's. And the Cardiovascular Health Daily from Humann with 2 N's. And then the cholesterol, because you got to watch that cholesterol, guys. It can, end up doing bad things to you. You take those 3, the metabolic, the cardiovascular, and the cholesterol health daily from Humann, you're going to feel better. I feel better. And I also take the Super Beats Heart Chews because, look, it's going to help you promote healthy blood pressure. Tastes great. And the turmeric chews, anti-inflammatory. Take them every day. Like, the brain fog is gone. You're going to feel invigorated. Cannot say enough about the products from Humann because, well, first of all, they're scientific backed research all happened at the University of Texas Health Science Center. And look, the cardiologists recommend it. That's good enough for me. Because listen, we tell you all the time, get yourself checked, do the right thing, get your physical, get your heart checked. And now I can add, make sure you're taking Humann cardiovascular health daily, metabolic health daily, and the cholesterol health daily. And here's the great thing, and the Super Beats heart juice and the turmeric juice. Here's the great thing. You go to humann.com/TSU, use the promo code TSU. You're going to get 20% off your first order. So load up, get several bottles of the cardiovascular, the metabolic, and the cholesterol so that you get, you want to get on the supplements and let them take effect. But there's a 90-day money-back guarantee. So just go to humann.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU. Be glad you did. Hey, and for my guys who are snoring, since we're on the topic of taking care of ourselves, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea. That's a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. That's pretty scary, right? Because you're off in la la land and you don't realize that you're gasping and waking yourself up. So here's what you do. Thanks to this great partnership we have with the Sleep Cycle Center and Texas Sports Unfiltered, you go to sleepcyclecenters.com and you tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They are going to take $100 off your sleep study. That sleep study is everything. And Dr. Chad Denman, who founded the Sleep Cycle Center, has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60, has the best technology for that sleep study to detect your level of sleep apnea, and the best treatment options, including oral appliance like I have. Mouth guard holds my lower jaw open so that I get that oxygen when I'm sleeping. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You will be glad you did. All right. Let's talk a little NFL with our man, the General, Mad Dog McClain. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. He's a Hall of Fame voter. John, hope you're having had a good Thanksgiving. Hope that everything's going great for you. I'm happy the Lions won last night, so I'm happy. Are you happy?
I heard screaming last night, and I walked outside. I live pretty close to 290 that goes to Austin, and I could have swore that screaming was coming from the Austin area. And then I saw the Lions had scored 44 and beat the Cowboys, so I knew it was you.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you.
When all is said and done, the Lions and the Bills are going to be right there. A lot of people think that maybe Joe Burrow is going to go to Buffalo and pull off an upset. I don't think so. Just like I think the Lions are getting heated up, and I expect both those teams to be in the playoffs as wild card teams.
Oh man, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. What did you think of George Pickens? He had kind of a rough night last night. He's been so good, and then last night it kind of fell apart, and Richard Sherman questioned him, and hey man, where's the consistency?
He's been questioned before. He's been on his best behavior, doing things really stupid because it's the last year of his contract, and Jerry Jones is going to pay him, I think, about $35 million a year, and you better be ready for the repercussions because I don't think all of a sudden he just became an angel in the last year of his contract. But they have to do it because they are the best receiving duo in the league when both of them are on. But they are also inconsistent. What was it, 2 games ago when CeeDee Lamb dropped 3 passes, including a touchdown, but they still won, and they need both of them. But anything that happens with George Pickens like that, we shouldn't be surprised because it's been his MO since he came into the league from Georgia.
Yeah, sure has, which is kind of sad, but oh well. John, speaking of the Bills, everybody thinks they're going to go on a run straight to the Super Bowl. How do you feel about them and their matchup this weekend against Cincinnati?
I think they'll beat Cincinnati. They still have to go to Gillette Stadium in Foxborough and play the Patriots, and I bet they beat the Patriots there. And but I still think New England will get home field advantage. Not sure Chicago will keep it in the NFC. Bears got a really tough schedule. And the game I'm most interested in Sunday, other than the Texans and the Chiefs, is the battle for first place in the AFC South. Indianapolis goes to Jacksonville, where the Colts have not won, I believe, since 2012 or 2014. They just can't win in Jacksonville. So if the Texans upset the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football, then they'll still be one game out of first place, tied with either the Colts or the Jaguars. Texans finish the season at home against the Colts. Jaguars and the Colts play again in Indianapolis. So the AFC South is going to be decided by teams playing each other, not having to rely on other teams.
All right, John. I mean, the Bears go to Philadelphia and win. Like, when is this dream going to come to an end for the Bears? I'm ready for it to end.
Probably in the playoffs. Right now, we all knew Ben Johnson had everything it took to be a great head coach when he was a coordinator, and he passed up jobs, and Dan Campbell kept telling everybody he was going to be a great coach. And he waited till he had a quarterback, and he's gone into a division he knew would be tough. But taking them to worst to first is amazing. And I think he'll finish second in Coach of the Year voting to the Patriots' Mike Vrabel. Both of them are good before we all thought they would be good. But I don't know if the Bears can sustain it. The way they embarrassed the Eagles running the ball, they've just been a great running team. Ben Johnson, he's like Dan Campbell. He believes in the run. Dan Campbell got 3 touchdown rushes from Jamar Gibbs last night. He got 1 from David Montgomery, 4. I see those teams and I admire them so much because they can score when they get inside the 5, as opposed to the Texans, who struggle inside the 5. That's why they're the second worst team in the NFL in the red zone. But I love those teams that can run the ball well, and they have 2 backs. And that's the way they've got it going in Detroit and the way they got it going in Chicago.
I mean, the McCaskey.
One thing that I've been thinking about, Drake May played at the University of North Carolina. Caleb Williams played at USC. So now they're playing in Foxborough in Chicago, and the weather gets really bad in January. Can be rain, snow, wind. When you're going up against a quarterback like that in those conditions, are you going to go with them, or are you going to go with, like, say, if Matthew Stafford came to Chicago, if Josh Allen came to Foxborough? So when it gets down to the playoffs, usually I'm going with a quarterback who has the most experience in the playoffs, especially if they're playing outdoor in what could be inclement weather. So this race is incredible. It's just like college football right now is incredible. The college football playoff is unbelievable. Longhorns will get left out. Next year they'll have 16 teams, and that way they'll be sure going in.
Well, real quick on Chicago, the McCaskey family's notoriously cheap and inefficient. Did they just draft at the top of the draft long enough to accumulate players to where Ben Johnson walks into a good situation? Because the McCaskies notoriously screw it up.
Well, it wasn't just drafting. It was trades, signing free agents. Ryan Poles going into this season and coming out last season, everybody wanted him to be fired as general manager. After all the moves he made trying to put talent on offense, especially in the line and at the skill positions to help their quarterback, now he looks pretty darn smart. And I was thinking about Executive of the Year candidates, and Ryan Poles would have to be another one. going to that game last night, I thought, oh my goodness, if the Cowboys win, guess who's probably going to have to be a candidate for Executive of the Year? The Cowboys general manager. But not anymore.
Texans go to Arrowhead, John, and usually Texans have big-time PTSD. I mean, I'm sure a lot still do going to Arrowhead with all the games in the past, but this is a Kansas City team that you feel good facing at this point. Your thoughts on how this game's going to go Sunday Night Football?
Texans haven't won there since 2019 when Bill O'Brien was still the head coach. They play there almost every year. Last year in the playoffs, January, cold weather, 23 degrees at kickoff, 12 degrees, wind chill, and it was a one-score loss. Texans were right there with them in the fourth quarter. So if they have bad weather, they're going to be expecting it, and they proved last year they can play in it. But like they got to score more points. They struggle to score points. Their defense is great. We all know that. It's getting a lot of love around the NFL. If they could limit the Chiefs to what they've limited other teams to, 16.5 points, in other words, 16 would be better. They might be able to win this game because their offense is not going to score a lot of points because they're still offensively efficient in the red zone.
I mean, if the Texans go to Kansas City and win, I'm starting to think of the Texans like a team that's could do some damage once they get in the playoffs.
Well, I'm glad you do because I don't. The reason is their offense. I saw a thing this morning on ESPN talking about the improvement of their offensive line, and it has improved, but not in the red zone, not inside the 5-yard line where they can't block anybody, and they get 1-yard runs, then incomplete, and then a field goal. Now, if they could get where they could run the ball when they get close to the goal line, that would be great. They scored the winning touchdown at Indy on an end around to Nico Collins. And it turned out to be a really good call. They had to do it because they couldn't do it any other way. I just don't think enough of their offense to believe they can do any damage in the playoffs if they get to the playoffs. If they beat the Chiefs for a 5-game winning streak at 8-5, the next 2 games are home against the Cardinals and the Raiders, 2 of the worst teams in the league. Then they go to the Chargers. Then they come home against the Colts. I think they'll lose this game, still finish 10-7 for the 3rd year in a row and have a shot for a wild card playoff spot. Right now, the Texans have lost 5 games by an average of 4.8 points. Each of the 5 teams that's beaten them is in first place in its division. And in this 4-game winning streak, they've all been by 1 score. So they know how to play in close games, but they haven't found a way to keep Patrick Mahomes from making plays off schedule, which he does better than any quarterback in the NFL. He could be without 3 starting offensive linemen going up against pass rushers Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. And so he's going to be on the move a lot. And there's nobody better at being on the move than Mahomes. If the Texans are ever going to beat them in Arrowhead Stadium, as long as Mahomes, Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo are there, this would seem to be the time. Sunday night, the biggest audience of the year, of the week, every week, and this is a chance to prove to people they have more than defense.
How good is Dalton Schultz?
Oh, he's fine. He's nothing special. He's reliable. He doesn't catch many balls down the field. If it's 3rd and 6, he'll get you 7. 3rd and 8, he'll get you 9. And in clutch situations, if it's not Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud throws to Dalton Schultz. They have Jaden Higgins, their 2nd-round pick, has been more of a weapon lately, but they continue to try to run the ball. I don't think they're very inventive offense on the first-year coordinator, Nick Caley, who I heard on ESPN getting all kind of praise, and I'm okay. But they have to be able to throw the ball consistently. They have not been consistent most of the time unless they played against a defense that was injury ravaged like the 49ers and the Ravens. They just lack consistency. What they need to win this game, they need the defense to score a touchdown. They need special teams to have a return that shortens the field so they can get a touchdown or a field goal. I don't think they can win this game if the offense has to score 3 touchdowns. If they average 21 points like D'Amico Ryan said he'd like to, and there's a lot of teams that average more than that, they'd be 10-2.
Yeah. John, only a city like Philadelphia, where a team that won a Super Bowl the year before could lose 2 back-to-back the next season, and the whole city's burning down. But that's where we are with Philadelphia. Your thoughts on the Eagles and their Monday Night Football matchup against the Chargers?
It should be a good one. Justin Herbert's got an injury. I can't remember to which hand, and he's playing. But anytime a quarterback's got an injury to anything, as Aaron Rodgers showed last week, when he looked like he turned 42, looked like he turned 62. And I think that Philadelphia's defense will get after him. Chargers will try to run the ball because that's how the Eagles lost this last game. But I don't think the Chargers are good enough up front after losing both offensive tackles this season. But it's a game the Eagles need to flex their muscles and not look like they're just treading water in a division that was supposed to be great that now has become a little better mediocre. I think Philadelphia, even though they lead the division, is one of the most disappointing teams this season.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I thought the Chargers would be, a team to be reckoned with, but it's the freaking Broncos. What do you think of the Chargers, John?
They started 3-0, then they lost Alt, their second-year offensive tackle. They labored, then he came back and they won. Now he's out for the year. And so they've struggled.
Oh, we freeze. Yeah.
I'm surprised we made it this far.
Well,
without a freeze.
Let's see if we can reel him back in, because love to get. Let's see here.
He's back.
There he is.
Chargers have to do what the Bills did. Bills lost both offensive tackles playing against the Texans. Everybody thought, oh, man, they're not going to be able to run the ball. They ran the ball better than any time this year, and that's what the Chargers have to do to take pressure off of Justin Herbert, because he hasn't been consistently great like everybody thought he would be.
Yeah. The Broncos keep on rolling, John, and Bo Nix looks pretty good. Sean Payton has everyone clicking. The defense looks solid. Shout out to John A. Barron from Texas. Your thoughts on the Broncos and who they got this weekend, the sad Vegas Raiders?
They should blow them out, Zay. Bo Nix has been playing really well in the fourth quarter. So has their offense. Their defense has been playing great for 4 quarters. If C.J. Stroud had not been knocked out of the game, I'd like to see the Broncos and the Texans play again, because the Broncos won on a late field goal by 3 after Stroud had been knocked out. And I think right now, if Denver and New England played in the championship game, I'm going with whichever team has the home field advantage. But I think even though New England's defense is real good, Denver's defense is great. Patrick Surtain missed 3 games. He's come back. He's playing really well, as he always does. And Sean Payton's a great coach. Mike Vrabel's a real good coach. And I think that would be a great game. And Nix and Drake May, second-year quarterbacks, have done really well. But they haven't been under the pressure of a playoff race, especially if you win the first game. Nix knows what it's like. Drake May's about to find out what it's like. But this game should be a cakewalk for the Broncos.
All right, John. So who are you picking? Colts at the Jaguars.
I'm sticking with the Jags. Since Colts can't win there anymore, I think it'd be like 27-24, something like that. And Jaguars will lead the division by 1 game over Indy and 1 or 2 games over the Texans.
Wow. That's wild, man. That's wild. All right, what's the Steelers? I mean, they're booing Mike Tomlin, saying fire Mike Tomlin. I call it Heinz Field still. I don't know how to pronounce that other name, but what's your take on the Stillers?
They are going down. Their defense has been a disappointment. Their Aaron Rodgers got beaten up badly. They're just struggling on both sides of the ball. Mike Tomlin has said he wouldn't do it, but I remember when it was Jim Mora, the daddy, not Jim Mora, the son, who just went to Colorado State. He said the shelf life is about 10 years for a head coach. Then it goes in one ear and out the other. And I think Mike Tomlin, he should ask to get out of his contract, and then teams would line up to hire him. It looks like he just needs some other place. And he hadn't had a good quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger. They've used number 1 picks. They've signed Aaron Rodgers, but they just don't have the mystique they used to have. They don't have the physicality. They don't make teams come in there feeling intimidated like they used to. And the Ravens, it's obvious Lamar Jackson's hurt. He's not running like he used to. He's not running effectively like he used to. People are working really hard to shut down Derrick Henry. Their defense is healthy and better. I'm going with the Ravens. I think the Ravens will win the division, probably with like a 9-8 record.
Damn. John, is Raheem Morris on the hot seat for Atlanta?
I think Terry Fontenot, the general manager, ought to be on the hot seat, because if you look at all the moves he's made a lot of really curious moves, like the signing of Kirk Cousins, then turning around and drafting Michael Pickens in the first round. Now he's out for the year with his 3rd torn ACL in his football career. And if you analyze their roster, they've made a lot of strange moves. And Fontenot's been there 5 years, so it wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't get fired. I don't know if I'd be surprised if both of them got fired and had a house cleaning and it started all over.
All right. Well, what about the oh man.
It's all right. It happens to me all the time.
Oh, the Buccaneers. Now that Baker's back, what are the Buccaneers? You know, they're playing at home against the Saints. That should be a win, but you see them making a run?
I think they should win the division. Carolina thinks differently. Panthers coming off what biggest upset of the year since they beat the Rams, who was just about everybody's Super Bowl favorite. And the Panthers are up and down. They've lost to some bad teams and they've beaten some good teams. Buccaneers have lost at home. They've lost on the road. It'll be a 2-team race. And if you tell me, are you going with Bryce Young or are you going with Baker Mayfield? I'm going with Baker Mayfield.
Dolphins, Jets. I guess both teams are just fighting for, draft picks at this point where they're getting ranked for the draft. Your thoughts on this game, John?
It looks like Justin Fields turned down a role like Taysom Hill has. At least that was the word. They're terrible. Their offense is terrible. They should be fighting for a high pick. They need a quarterback. And Miami's put together a little win streak, playing a really bad schedule, easy schedule. And they did that last year when they rallied. So they need a new GM. If a new GM comes in there next year, he's going to want a new head coach. So McDaniel will be a dead man walking. And I don't have any interest in that game whatsoever.
Do you think McDaniel survives then, John?
If they're hiring a new general manager, I'd let him make that decision. And if you don't, then they're just delaying it. Because when you're a general manager or you are a guy who gets a lot of love as a possible general manager, you have coaches you want to hire. In your interview, they'll say, well, if we hire you, who do you want to be your head coach? New GM's not going to say, well, Mike McDaniel's top of my list. He'll give like 5 assistant coaches, college coaches, whatever. Then he'll have coordinators and he'll have position coaches. And that's one of the things he'll do. Personnel people. He'll have a great thing in his briefcase that he walks out there and pulls out and hands the owner, hands it to him and says, this is my plan when I become a general manager. And sometimes you're delaying the inevitable. If you bring in a GM, to me, if he wants the coach fired, the coach should be fired.
Yeah. Shedeur Sanders, how are your thoughts on just how he's been doing and his few starts this year?
Nothing special. They're going to go for a quarterback. They have 2 number 1 picks. They'll package them. They'll probably try to trade up to get Fernando Mendoza. Tennessee is the worst team in the league, although some are breathing down their neck. But if the Titans get it, they know who their quarterback is. They will have to do what the Bears did in trading with Carolina. Use the picks to get multiple players to quicken your rebuild. But even though you have those picks, doesn't mean you're going to use them the right way. They still need to hire a head coach. And so I think that the Titans have to continue to play bad to get those picks so they can rebuild quicker.
All right, tell me about Palmer Williams.
Who?
That's Baylor's punter. He's a Ray Guy Award finalist.
Well, yippee-ki-yay. I know you're talking about. Speaking of Baylor, I do a weekly show on Outkick, and today they told me that since Kansas State has backed out of a bowl game at 6-6, they're going to have to take a 5-7 team. And based on the metrics, the first team on the list, those fighting Baylor Bears. Now, it doesn't mean they do it, because if they did it, they'd be 5-8 because they're terrible. But college football right now, off the field is so screwed up, but on the field, it's a great product. It's so much fun, despite all the chaos and the turmoil and the controversy and the portal and the paying NIL money to players. Once those guys get on the field, the game is better than ever.
We've asked our guest about Lane Kiffin, so we got to ask you about Lane Kiffin, your thoughts on that situation outside looking in.
Well, first of all, I agree with AD. And AD at Ole Miss said he told Kiffin's rep, that'd be Jimmy Sexton, that if he did take one of those jobs, when it first came out, he would not be coaching them in the postseason. So they knew it. And he shouldn't have been able to, because every time he played, it'd be all about LSU. It'd be like an advertisement that LSU didn't have to pay for. Not to mention it shouldn't give him more of a chance to talk to players that he wanted to about transferring. So I think they did the right thing. I don't know anything about the defensive coordinator. I know the players cheered like crazy when the AD told them that they're elevating him not just to be the interim coach, but to be the full-time coach. I can't wait till next Halloween, because LSU goes to Ole Miss on Halloween.
Yeah.
Think there might be any people getting drunk that day?
Yeah. Who would you give the Heisman to?
I would give it right now to Diego Pavia, because what he's done at Vandy, especially these last 4 games, and you saw in the loss to Texas, in which he was the best player on the field. What that kid has achieved is extraordinary. Now, when is the voting over? Is it Monday?
Yes.
So if Fernando Mendoza leads Indiana to a victory over Ohio State, I don't think they will, but if they did, he would have to get it. He's going to end up, I believe, being the first pick in the draft. Somebody will trade up with Tennessee to get the pick to use it on him. But I think the Heisman, give me Pavia over anybody, and because I think the kid has been incredible, and I've tried to watch him as much as I can.
He's been the Vanderbilt version of Vince Young. He's like
Absolutely.
transformed the whole mindset of the program.
Just a better quote.
Yeah. Hey, Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, John, how you liking the Rockets right now?
The Rockets lost a tough one last night, which is they're going to lose. They've been losing to good teams, and they've started playing Reed Shepherd more, and he's done really well, and that's good. They just keep piling up the talent, and they play, and they do well. And so everybody here is pumped about the Rockets, as they should be. They're not going to win the West. Oklahoma City is still too good unless they had, season-ending injuries to a couple of their stars. but I think they ought to at least have a shot realistically to get into the Western Conference Finals against OKC.
You feeling my Detroit Pistons?
Everybody ought to be feeling the Pistons. It's pretty unbelievable what the Pistons have been doing, led by Cade Cunningham. He's been tremendous. I love underdog stories like the Rockets, like the Pistons, the teams that have been down and now they're not out, they're back. I think with the Pistons being good, it makes the NBA better because the Motor City Bad Boys were one of my favorite teams because one of their stars was the microwave. Vinny Johnson from the Baylor Bears.
That's right. That's right.
He put that ball behind his head, John, man. I don't know how he shot like that.
One of the things Vinny used to do when he played, and I covered him at McLennan Junior College in my last year at the Waco Tribune Arrow before I came to the Chronicle, because he grew up on the playgrounds in Brooklyn. He had guys taller than him, so he shot the ball way back like that to get it over him. And I've never seen a guard, as soon as the ball left his hand, crash the boards. Most of the guys you watch them today, they shoot, they head back down the court. They're so confident it's going in. Vinny Johnson charged that basket. He was as good a rebounder as I've ever seen for a guy his size.
Yeah, he was thick. He didn't mind
He
mixing it
was
up.
thick.
Yeah. John, great stuff.
And his company that he has in Detroit is worth almost $1 billion. He's made so much money as a businessman in Detroit. He and Bill Laimbeer went in together with a company, and when President Clinton gave tax breaks to companies that would rebuild in inner cities, he and they went into business together. He and Laimbeer and rebuilt a lot of downtown Detroit. Then he got in the automotive business. He has an automotive parts business. And the last time I looked, it was worth more than $800 million. And when I met him, he'd never driven a car.
How about that? Yeah, because he grew up in the city.
Grew up in Brooklyn. I couldn't understand half of what he said.
Oh, my God.
He couldn't understand me either.
John, that's why we love having you on. Great storytelling. We love it. We appreciate it. We look forward to doing it again next week.
Chip and Zay, thank you guys very much as always. Enjoy the weekend.
You too. You too. Great stuff from the General. Mad Dog McClain. Love the storytelling. Vinny Johnson, close to my heart. I was going to tell him you thought I was crazy when I said that the Detroit Pistons would be in the NBA Finals as the Eastern Conference representative.
I did. That's a good call. Now, there's a lot of basketball to be played, but right now it's looking good.
They're young. They're hungry.
Very.
They're aggressive.
Jaden Duren, that's who's elevated his game. I knew Cade Cunningham last year. We knew he was supposed to be a star, former #1 pick. Shout out to Dallas, Texas, Oklahoma State. But Jaden Duren, he's really upped his game. Like that dude, you could give him the ball and just clear out and let him go to work. Like, and him and Cade Cunningham pick and roll, they're tough to stop. So, yeah, shout out to Motor City Pistons.
How about that? How about that? And what do you think of my guy, Sir Thompson?
Who?
Am I mispronouncing his name?
Oh, Sir. Oh,
Sir?
Sir Thompson. Yeah. Yeah, the twin. Yeah, those guys. Yeah. Those dudes, man. Some of the most athletic dudes you're ever gonna find. They play exactly the same.
He reminds me a little bit of Tayshaun Prince out there defending the perimeter.
I am right there with you. Like, he has a lot of that. Long, athletic, hard to get around, just tough. Yeah. Both Thompson twins, man. The Rockets, they're getting everything out of him. Pistons, they're getting everything out of the other one. Like, it makes sense why they went back to back in the draft. You know, it's just they're impressive. So, yeah, I like the Pistons, man. But long season. This is the year you got to take advantage. We talked about it before the season started. No Halliburton, no Jason Tatum.
Right.
Like, you got to take advantage right now. And the Raptors are doing that, and so is Detroit.
Giannis wants out of Milwaukee.
As he should.
Okay, so like the only team that has picks is the Oklahoma City Thunder. But would you break up what you have right now and send Chet Holmgren to Milwaukee and maybe Robinson,
No,
or Caruso for Giannis?
no, nah. I'd sit on it because they're still hungry. Like they're so young, they still don't even know what they're doing. Even though they just won a championship, like they don't know how to take it easy. They don't know how to just like look at the playoffs and be like, okay, we know that's the end game, so let's coast. Like they're so young, they have so many guys looking for that second contract. They have to play hard. You know what I'm saying? When you have a lot of second contract guys, those guys coast during the regular season, and then when postseason comes around, they turn it up. OKC, they just love to hoop. So they're going for the Bulls record. They're going for the Warriors record, winning 70-something games. Like, and then in the playoffs, since they're so young, it's not like they're going to get burnt out. And Dagnall is using all of his players anyway. Like, they're not Tom Thibodeau. Like, guys, they get minutes, but everybody's getting minutes. So I wouldn't, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. Like, I wouldn't make that move. If they lose, maybe.
Do you know how good the NBA finals are going to be when it's the Pistons and the Thunder? Huh?
You'd love that, wouldn't you?
Oh, man. Cade Cunningham up against SGA. A couple of 6'8" point guards.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Changed.
Yeah.
It was changed. Duncan Robinson was a good pickup for y'all, too, because y'all needed a shooter. Y'all didn't have that last year. Y'all had Beasley, but he, Robinson, you ain't got to worry about them crazy off-the-court issues. So, Robinson, he lights it up. Isaiah Stewart, he's crazy as hell. You remember how I said you always got to have that one person just loco, out of his mind?
Mad Max.
Yeah, you got to have at least one. Yeah,
Vernon
Maxwell. Yeah, Vernon Maxwell was one for the Rockets. Y'all got one. Isaiah Stewart is one cuckoo over a cuckoo's nest.
Anthony Mason.
Like, you got to have him.
Xavier McDaniel.
Oh, X-Man?
X-Man.
Yeah. Yeah, the Knicks in the 90s had like 6 of those dudes.
Oh, yeah.
They had too many. Charles Oakley,
So did the Pistons.
Yeah. Yeah, but Zeke with the Pistons, Zeke was able to calm everybody down. And then, when it was time to unleash them dudes. And Joe Dumars was so low-key. Like, that team was so perfect. That Bad Boys Pistons team was so perfect because Dumars was low-key. Zeke would go back and forth from being out of control to low-key. Had Bill Laimbeer out of his mind. Mark Aguirre was low-key, but he was tough as nails. Just Sally.
Rodman was so young then, all he wanted to do was impress Chuck Daly.
That's it. That was,
and then once he got rings, he became the phenomenon. But back in when he was the worm, he's just flying around, throwing his body, giving it up, trying to get a rebound, diving for loose balls. That was incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was. Oof.
It's funny when those guys like talk about the old days now, because John Sally, he's the most objective out of anyone. All the other guys like Zeke hates talking about Jordan and stuff like that. He'll talk good about Magic, but when it comes to Jordan, sometimes we're like, okay, Zeke.
Oh, yeah, it's personal. He kept him off the dream team.
Right. Sally's the only one that's objective because Sally played with both. He played with the Bulls during that second three-peat. So Sally will keep it real. And he'll talk about how, it was fun when Doug Collins was the coach because it was just give the ball to Michael, everybody get it out of the way, so he was easier to cover. when Phil Jackson took over and the triangle came into play, that's when it started becoming rough because now you couldn't just worry about Mike. And then Scotty got better. Then they picked up guys like B.J. Armstrong and Horace Grant got better. So all that, and then obviously Mike you got to deal with. That's when the Pistons started running into problems. And Isaiah Thomas started breaking down. Just because in that era, his size, eventually he was going to break down. That's just too much wear and tear. The 80s, his size, it wasn't meant for all that. So just everything started going against them 91 after. But, yeah, man, that was the era.
All right. Before we get to the chip shot and the right call, who can trade for Giannis?
Man, that's a good question. I mean, I've been hearing the Spurs.
What would they have to give up?
Probably Castle, probably Vassell, probably my man from Baylor, which I don't know why his name isn't ringing any alarms right now. So you would keep Wemby, and they'd probably try to keep Harper. But it would be between Harper or Castle. One of those two would be in that trade. After that, but you would have to keep one of those two also. So which one do the Spurs value more? Because I'm watching Harper right now. Castle's not playing. Harper's doing some stuff. Like, I know Castle's really good two-way player. Harper could play.
You weren't sure about Harper.
I wasn't because I like Castle. He just got Rookie of the Year. You know, I didn't understand like picking him up at the number 2 spot when you have Castle. It's just kind of like they're going to have to make a decision which one to keep. When that second contract comes up, they're going to have to figure out which one. And I think they're going to play it out to see which one's more successful with Wemby. But yeah, like if they wanted to do that trade, they would have to figure it out sooner than later. Like, which one are you good without and which one do you want to see it through? Because Castle, he's learning how to be a point guard more. Derek Harper already knows how to be a point guard because he's been doing that his whole career. It's just Castle gives you more defensively. I don't know. These are hypotheticals, but it's Giannis. Like, this guy once in a generation player. I know he's getting older in his 30s, just turned 30. Or I think, yeah, just turned 30 last year. So he has about 3 more years left at his peak. I don't know. But the Bucks, they messed that up.
How you feeling about your Nuggets?
Good.
You think the Spurs are a playoff team?
I do. If they could get everybody back.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting at 4 right now.
Yeah, like they need to get healthy, man. Because the West's still tough, but teams that were in the playoffs last year that are struggling, like the Clippers and the Warriors, are they going to turn it up? Because the Warriors, they got some weird things going on there behind the scenes. Like the Jonathan Kuminga thing. You know, Draymond is still doing this podcast and stuff. It's odd. And you know Jimmy Butler, he can make things toxic real quick. You know, like there's only so much Steph Curry could do. So, and Steve Kerr, like, what did John say about the Mike Tomlin thing? Like, after 10 years, it starts to get a little rocky.
Stale. Message gets stale.
A little stale. Steve Kerr's in that territory. Like, he's getting to that point. And I feel like once Steph calls it quits, once Draymond, all those guys call it quits, because it already, once Clay left, you already knew the beginning of the end is near. Like, they got rid of Clay. Oh, yeah. They don't got much time left. So they're trying to substitute Jimmy for that, but Jimmy, again, he's just a unique guy. Not everybody can fit with Jimmy Butler and can accept what Jimmy Butler brings to the table on and off the court. So I know it's the Warriors, and they have definitely established a big-time culture, but even then, like, just sometimes it gets stale. So them sitting at an 8th seed with more losses than they have wins, that's weird to me. And I know Steph's missed games, but they still got too much talent to be where they are. So those teams that didn't make the playoffs last year, like the Suns and the Spurs, they could capitalize on teams like the Warriors and the Clippers, which you know how I feel about the Clippers. That's just a disgrace what they got
They're
going
dead
on.
to you.
That's just a disgrace. Chris Paul.
Releasing Chris Paul.
That's just a disgrace, man.
Dare they? All right, let me ask you this, because, all this talk about Giannis wanting out. The Rockets have been mentioned, that maybe the Rockets would give up Sengun and Van Vliet and a first-round pick to get Giannis. I've seen Giannis and Jericho Sims, the Longhorn, to the Knicks for Karl Anthony Towns, Tyler Kolek, and Daddiet, and some first-round picks.
God, why would the Bucks do any of these moves? Like, I'd say be mad, bro. I'd let them be angry. Like,
Yeah.
It is what it is. Hey, if you want to mess up your legacy, go ahead, dude. Like,
The proposed trade with the Spurs is Stephen Castle, Harrison Barnes, Kelly Olynyk, and Jordan McLaughlin in some first-round picks.
see, so yeah, Castle's in there. So
Sit tight. No?
I mean, for the Spurs, it's good. For Milwaukee, I'm not giving up Giannis for nobody. Like, that's just, unless I don't know what his contract situation is, unless if he's about to be a free agent and you're not going to get anything. But if he's on contract, I could care less if you're unhappy or not. Like, deal with it. I don't think he's that John Morant type of player where he's going to sink the franchise. Like, I don't think he's that type of guy. I think he's just going to be angry and still play hard and be quiet and angry.
Okay. All right. Let's hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, maybe this holiday season you want to give the gift of a big screen television, some surround sound, maybe some surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, only one. You only need to go to one place, and that's Audiovisual Consultations. Our man, Tom McKay, great partner here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and he's the best in Austin. So when you need, he's going to bring you the best price on big screens at all the best brands, and he's going to bring it to you. So you don't need to be out and about in this crazy Christmas shopping, lugging 80-inch screens around. Just call 255-8678. 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. And hey, you're looking for a place to settle in, watch all the conference championship games? How about the amazing food and service at Cover 3? Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. You got brunch on the weekends with the breakfast quesadilla that I love so much. The muffin tops, not the whole muffin, just the best part, the top. And, of course, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. You like shrimp, bacon in your Bloody Mary? They got you covered. Look, the food is always going to bring you back. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the Chop House burger that Texas Monthly says is one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. Right there, Cover 3. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. And those frozen margaritas, Cover 3, put some hair on your cheese. You know what I'm saying? All right. For the chip shot, I will touch on a couple things. First and foremost, Texas women's basketball last night, North Carolina came out scorching. They hit 9 of their first 12 shots. They took the lead on Texas. They looked super confident. So North Carolina's leading after the first quarter. And then Vic brings in Kyla Oldacre, his aircraft carrier, 6'6". She's not going to blow you away with any kind of movement, but she's so skilled. She keeps the ball high. She's tough as nails. She gets good positioning for rebounding, and she can finish. And Kyla Oldacre and Jordan Lee, who was great the whole game. My story was about Jordan Lee becoming a star for this team, even though Kyla Oldacre was kind of the ignition for the turnaround, because Texas women dominated the second quarter, and it was pretty much Kyla Oldacre and Jordan Lee and Justice Carlton. So she gives you flashes. And last night, the third quarter, she scored 10 points to help keep the momentum going, because North Carolina kind of battled back a little bit in the fourth quarter. Texas won by double digits, really controlled the second and third quarters. And so North Carolina, the reason I'm talking about this is because North Carolina is the number 11 team in the country. And their only loss had been to UCLA. Of course, Texas beat UCLA last week. But Texas is playing without Aaliyah Crump, without Brianna Preston, and without Ashton Judd. And they've now beaten 3 ranked teams in their last 4 games, 3 top 11 teams. Of course, 2 of them were top 3 teams in UCLA and South Carolina. So they're still going. They're still down 3 big-time contributors. But, yeah, I was impressed. I was impressed with, Kyla, with Jordan Lee, Justice Carlton in the third quarter. You can tell this team likes each other, Zay, and I really just love Jordan Lee's energy. She's nonstop. I mean, she's a better shooting Shea Holly, because she will hustle and she will play man defense until her last breath, but she's a better shooter. She gives you some offense. She had 22 points last night.
Yeah, I love Shea Holly. Shout out to Garrett Wilson. But Jordan Lee, man, she's different. Her mid-range game, like, she'll get in the paint and she does that little spin move, and she'll get the defender off balance, and she'll give the defender a little shoulder bump, little Shea Gilgeous-Alexander shoulder, and the defender's like 2 feet away, and she just gets into her pure jumper. And if you go under the screen, she will make you pay there. Then she gets big steals, and just how she's improved. And I'll continue to say, this coaching staff, their development of their players. You just mentioned Justice Carlton. Like, she hit a 3 last night. She hit a pull-up jumper. She has good footwork in the lane. She's playing with the most confidence that she's had. It's just beautiful to watch. They're only playing 7. Their big 3, Rory Harmon, Jordan Lee, and Madison Booker, they get over 38 minutes a game. Rory doesn't come out. And Maddie Booker, last year, when she has bad game shooting, they lose. This year, they're winning by double digits when she doesn't shoot well from the field. But what a true leader does, Madison Booker, even though her shot's falling and she's so hard on herself, you can tell. Like, you mentioned that this team has fun playing together, and they do. But Madison Booker, sometimes she'll have a face where you'll think, man, is this team down by 20? But it's just the expectation she has for herself. Like, she puts herself on the same levels as Kevin Durant and, like, greats before her. Like, she wants her jersey hung in the rafters. So I wish she was a little lighter on herself, but hey, that's the fire that she has and the competitiveness that she has. So I salute her for it. Like, she's still jumping on loose balls. She's still locking up on defense. But, this team, like, it's just impressive.
And last night, her shot wasn't falling. So what does she do? She gets to the free throw line and goes 10 of 11.
Yeah.
So that's what I love, because that's what Kevin Durant, that's what all the greats do. When it's not happening, hey, I'm going to get to the line. I'm going to get to the line. I'm going to get my points a different way. And Maddie Booker, total pro, the junior All-American. And I'm sure she's got to be feeling relieved that this team can still punch when she's not, shooting it at a great percentage. So Jordan Lee, it's starting to become consistent that, she's consistently good for 12 points, 12 and 5, the Zay double. You know what I mean?
Man, that's productive. It's loud too. It's loud. She blocked homegirl's shot from UCLA. She said, "Give me that shit." I was like, "Whoa, Jordan Lee. Jordan Lee's a soldier out here. She's different."
All right. Okay. Real quick, volleyball tonight. Here's the deal. When we come back on Monday, volleyball should be into the Sweet 16. They should dominate the FAMU Rattlers, but then Penn State could be sitting there. Texas played Penn State for a national championship. Penn State is a perennial power. They're not where they've been, but they're capable. Texas needs to flex, and they need to be more physical because they've got all the skill. They can dig the ball. They can put balls away, but man, they got to block. They've got to block. They got to be better as a blocking team because they're going to go up against those really big teams like Kentucky eventually, and Texas missing Asia O'Neal. You know what I mean? They've really been missing her the last couple of years. It's hard when you find a great blocker, man, middle blocker. Those players are like defensive tackles on a football team. You have to have them to win, but people don't realize how important they are.
Yeah.
So they need to come, they need to be kind of dominating this weekend.
Yeah, I agree too. They missed Zoe. What's her name? Who was a little short?
Yeah.
Just dive all over the place.
Yeah, the curly-haired blonde.
Yeah. What's her name?
Zoe Fleck. She was amazing.
Yeah, she was
Zoe
cold.
Fleck.
Yeah, she was cold, boy. I miss her.
Well, in OLIPOP to Carrie Spears, the super freshman who's all SEC first team, and to Tori Stafford.
Yeah.
2 first teamers. That's good stuff.
Yeah, them
Tori
sisters
Stafford's
could play.
been player of the week like 4 times.
Yeah, them sisters could play, man.
You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's
You
go.
gotta do picks. Oh, shizzle.
Oh, yeah, we'll breeze through that.
Okay.
For that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. Covert BK is the best. If you are looking for a vehicle this weekend, go to Covert BK. They got 7 terrific brands to choose from: Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, Buick, and GMC. Trust me, I know our Buick Encore GT is absolutely amazing. So, hey, if you want to take it from me, listen, Covert BK, they are A-OK in my book, and you will see when you get there. Go to covertbcave.com and see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, just a couple of quick things for the right call before we get to our picks. Did you see CDC got hit by the police, whatever, the parking police down there?
Oh, you got a boot?
Come on, man. If we get in the athletic director, ain't nobody safe. Ain't nobody safe. What are we doing? Like, does he not have anything that represents, I am the athletic director here at the University of Texas, but
that's not who he is. He's not that guy. I mean, you would think, right? Hey, I'm the athletic director here. But he don't play that. He don't play that. So he just took it. It's like she's probably wondering, or is that a guy or a girl?
Yeah.
Like, why are we taking pictures of this? You know?
I'm with it. Yeah, he's one of us, though. Very relatable.
He is.
There's no contact.
He is. He's
And
relatable.
after 1,297 games, LeBron James double-digit scoring game record came to an end last night, where instead of him taking the last second shot when he had 8 points, he threw it to Rui Hachimura and he hit the game winner. So LeBron being unselfish per usual, it ain't about the record, even though it weirdly has been for like the last 15 years. But last night it came to an end, making the right play. So I salute that. I do.
Salute that.
I salute that. All right, let's get to these picks, man. I say for the college football, we got to do all 4 of the Power 4 conference.
Okay. All right, I'll take Georgia. I'll take Georgia minus 2.5.
Damn, that was quick.
I mean, I just think I don't know why Georgia plays so good against Texas and then looks like mid against some of these others, especially against Alabama. But look, Gunner, I think that defense is coming on. I mean, give me Georgia.
Yeah, give me Georgia too. Home game. I am a little nervous about Bobo's son not playing. Last week he didn't play, and Gunner Stockton looked off. So hopefully they get that resolved and they take care of business. I hate rooting for Georgia, but here we are.
You know what? Give me Indiana +4.
Okay.
You know, it's in Indianapolis. Jimmy Chitwood is, Fernando Mendoza's Jimmy Chitwood. Kurt Signetti is Gene Hackman. Let's go. I mean, Ohio State will probably beat their ass, but I'll just ride this Hoosiers wave. I mean, look, Fernando, when he's gone up against really good defenses, Penn State, Oregon, or Iowa, it's been a little dicey, but give me the Hoosiers to cover.
Yeah, the Brian Hartline thing, I don't like that. But when you just have all the talent that they do, it doesn't really matter. Ryan Day, he's called plays once or twice. So give me the Buckeyes.
Okay. Give me BYU to cover. Give me BYU to cover the 12.5. Kalani Sitake's going to have those boys chewing on glass. They got embarrassed the last time. I think Tech wins, but close.
Yeah, that number is too high for me, even though Jerry World's going to be absolutely packed in red and black. It's just 12's high. So, yeah, give me BYU covering.
And then, I mean, I don't even care. God. Manny Diaz, what's going on? Your defense sucks. You're the defensive guy. But hey, maybe Mensa can keep this thing close. I'm not sold on Virginia at all. Although Chandler Morris, good local story, Texas kid, played at Highland Park. Just for giggles, I'll say that Duke covers.
I got Virginia.
Right.
I don't care about it either. I just feel like we have to do it out of respect. All
right. NFL. Give me
your 3 right here.
Yeah, I'll give him. Actually, if you want to go first, that's cool.
All right, I got it. Let me get Bears +2, 6.5 against the Packers.
Damn.
Yeah, baby. You don't like that, do you? Let me get Eagles -2.5 against the Chargers. I don't like that at all, but come on, man. You just lose 2 straight. And then last but not least, let me get Bengals +6 against Buffalo.
Yeah. Okay, give me those again.
Damn. Bengals +6 gets Buffalo. Bears plus 6.5. And then Eagles minus 2.5.
Okay. Give me the Jags. Give me the Jags. I think the Colts run is over. Give me the Jags plus 1.5 at home. Give me the Browns. Browns minus 4.5 at home against the Titans. And give me the Denver Broncos minus 7.5 at Vegas. All right.
Yeah.
Let's bring in the fellas and open up the gym. What's going on, fellas?
Put some respect on Chandler Morris, his name, my fellow Highland Park Scot.
Yeah.
Run all over the Dukies.
Let's go. Oh, well, I guess I'm on the wrong side of that pick. Yeah, Chandler Morris. I mean, how about Michael Taft being up for the Burlsworth Award, given to the best former walk-on against Drew Mestamaker, the quarterback from North Texas who's thrown for 6,000 yards.
Yeah, he's going to win that one. You can't give it to the freshman.
I mean, right. Or can you? I mean,
that's a quick 1-year turnaround.
Yeah.
That's the Lifetime Achievement Award for sure is Taft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got to go talk to his high school coach. Be like, dude, how did you not get this guy recruited?
Yeah.
How did you not get him somewhere? He clearly could ball. What were you doing?
How did he not start for you?
Unbelievable.
Yeah. We all played the little leagues like that. Coach's son starting quarterback. You're like, this dude can't throw, man. He can't
throw. Hey, fellas, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
See you on Monday as we enjoy our final weeks here of college football while it's still around. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open. 512-222-9328 is the text line number, or you can join us in the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Love to hang out with you today. And Matt, it is a Friday, so it is a Open Gym, Open Bar Friday. Have a drink with us here. It's 4 o'clock, which means it's time to have a drink and start your weekend off right. Be having mine, a little hair of the dog, not the chatter, but the actual hair of the dog. Had a few drinks last night. It was a good friend of mine's birthday. So it went out for a little bit and had a few drinks. And then I've been dieting, so I don't eat much anymore. And so I was like, why am I hungover? I'm like, oh, because I normally am full and then go drink. But I just drank on an empty stomach and it was fine. But then this morning I felt it a lot more. It's like, ooh.
Usually what happens. I've been dieting recently as well. So look at us, couple of fit Open Gym hosts here.
Hey, we're there, down 35 pounds. Down 35 pounds. I'm going. I'm working on it.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Wow, man. Congratulations.
For 2 months now, so I'm working on it, trying to lose a little bit of weight, trying to, the fact that I tell people, I'm like, how old I am is I am 7 steps before when I get up, before I start walking right. It takes 7 steps for me because I have 2 bad hips and 2 bad knees and a bad back. So I did not take care of myself in my youth. And it was basically, I did a lot of dumb things. I played basketball every day of my life until I was like 19. And then tour with a band, loading equipment the wrong way and loading up stairs and stuff like that. And did all of that. And then after that, like didn't take care of my body and still, was an idiot and running around being an idiot, and then put on a bunch of weight. So I'm just all beat up. And then you're like, oh yeah, get up now. And you take your steps and you're like, I look like if you saw me, you'd be like, oh, that guy used to play sports. And it wasn't even that. I just haven't taken care of my body, but I do that walk for the first 7 steps. Like when I get out of my car at the store, you get up and you're just like, all right, let's get it. Let's figure out how these legs work again. And so we're trying to lose a little bit to get back on the right track. This is not the best time of year to try and do that, though.
No, it's not. I started my diet right before Thanksgiving, which was probably the worst time that you could possibly start it. But
yeah,
35 pounds is a big deal, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, working on it. Hopefully drop a few more here before the end of the year, and then go into the new year and try and keep it going. But yeah, I'm trying, but I appreciate it. Thanks to everybody in the chat for saying for the love. Appreciate it. I did this week. I also, the other part is I don't go out as much as I used to, so it's a little bit easier. Before it was like you drank all the time and you drink and you eat bad food after you drink, and so, but like I haven't been going out. So I went out the last 2 nights, and I've realized why I don't go out anymore, Matt. Because I went out on Wednesday to see a friend play, and this was like I went to go see him play. Played 30 minutes. I was out for probably an hour and a half, 2 hours. Right? Okay, just went out, saw him, and then was like, I gotta go. I'm going out again tomorrow for a buddy's birthday. I cannot do 2 nights of 2 a.m. It's just not in my DNA anymore. So I go out though. I pay for the when I'm only getting a couple drinks, I pay in cash. Don't start a tab. Just get a cash. You know what you're doing. You can get out easy. So I pay cash. I hand the guy a 20, and I'm a Lone Star drinker. I've drank Lone Star since I was 18, and I get him, and he gives me a beer, and he hands me back 4 bills, and I see 2 ones on top. I tip him a 1, and I put the money in my pocket. Now, if you get that, you get 4 bills back out of a 20. You get 2 ones on top. You throw 1 in the tip jar. How much do you think that beer costs, man? Keep in mind,
$8.
I thought $3 because it is not a nice club we were at. Like, the place is cool, sounds fine, but it's a rundown little place on the east side. And I was like, oh, $3 beer. It's a Wednesday night. $3. It was $8 for a Lone Star. So when I went back, I saw the 5, handed him the 5, thinking, well, we're good to go. And he just stared at me. And I go, what? He said, $8. Oh, okay. Guess who's only having 2 beers then? And then went to a place last night that was very ritzy, and it was $7 a beer. And it was like, come on, man. Guys, Lone Star, I guarantee you, cost you less than $1 to get. You cannot mark it up 800% on me, man. I get it.
That's just kind of the way things are now, man. I remember when I was in college at Ole Miss, I was a big Bud Select guy back in the day when I was in college. Cost me $2.50 for a Bud Select at the bar. I knew one of the bartenders, so no matter how much I drank, I mean, I could have 15 beers and a couple shots of tequila, maybe something else, and my bar tab would only be $20 every single time. Now I go to dinner with like, say I take my girlfriend out to dinner. We have 2 cocktails before dinner at the bar. It's like $50 for 2 cocktails. It's crazy. So $8 for a Lone Star actually doesn't surprise me.
No, but this is like, it was not a place that you would have assumed would be an $8 Lone Star. Like, because I get the place I was at last night is a nice, like, it's in a hotel and stuff, and my buddy was doing an acoustic set. And so that when I go, I get the $7 beer. I get it there. Now, if I'm paying $7, also if you're going to give me a regular can, give me a bottle. Come on, class it up a little bit if we're trying to be classy here. Yeah. But the other place, it was like, how are you getting away? You're charging concert venue prices. You are not a concert venue. Can't do that to me. It's like, this is what's killing local music. It's like, you're $50 in the hole to go see a band, and you're like, I'm trying to go support, but I can't go anymore because it costs too much. I used to go out. This is 20 years ago. You go out with $20 and you come home with 25 and drunk. I don't know how it happened, but I was professional back then. Could do those types of things. So but it's been so I had that. It's been a fun couple days. But now it's like, all right, Friday night. We went out to Wednesday and Thursday. We had some fun. But now we're back on it. Get in the show today. Lots of good stuff to get into today, Matt. On the show, let's start off with the first part that we did get the news of 105 scholarships. They have moved up from 85 to 105. That feels like a pretty quick reaction to National Signing Day and all the coaches being like, guys, this is a problem. We need some more players. And we need to get in the portal and get those guys. And Texas Tech is going to kill us if they're going to get 105 quality players, and we're going to have 85. We need to be able to get a few more. And so that it seems like that was pretty good. Sark mentioned that 3 days ago. Sure, some other coaches mentioned it too, and it's already now they voted and already happening.
Look, it was only a matter of time before the SEC adopted this rule. And I'm all for it. I don't think it's necessarily going to affect the top end of your roster all that much. I think what it allows you to do is bring in more guys like, in recruiting, more guys like Yaheem Riley, Rocky Cummings, guys like that they signed at the bottom of their class that are like developmental guys, maybe local Austin guys who have high upside, hard workers, good culture, that kind of thing. But also allows you to be a little bit more aggressive in the transfer portal if you want to be. Obviously, you have to figure out where that money comes from, at the end of the day. But, anything that you can do to be a little bit more competitive. I still hope that it doesn't, affect the walk-on program that much. It probably will a little bit, but maybe now you can give those guys scholarships instead of making them pay their way through school.
Yeah, and that's what I think. I think there's ways of, yes, it's going to suck that you're probably not going to have the amount of walk-ons, and you're not going to be able to have the walk-on program that you've had that built. And, we just, Chip just mentions, like, Michael Taft is a great example of that. But in the ever-changing landscape of this stuff, of how many times this week have we run into the same brick wall about scheduling non-conference opponents, right? And that way, and you're like, we can't compete. Like, there's certain things that we will do to compete in a world that's not fair. But when we're saying that the Big Ten and the Big 12 and the ACC can get 105 people, and we can't, and we'll play a clip here in a minute, we'll tell you, again, by a player who's played in both conferences, SEC is the hardest conference. You need to have more guys for health. You need to be able to have guys that you can actually try and bring up. And then you want to be able to go, like, so what's funny is if you had 105, we might have still kept Corey Wells as a recruit, because now you got a spot you put his brother in there, maybe, because you're not so worried about, I've got to make every 85 of these 85 count. Maybe I could throw his brother in there.
Yeah.
And have him on that backside of it. So I think there's little pieces like that that are going to be really big for it. But that kind of goes into the question that I've been looking at. We've talked about a little bit. We talked yesterday about the portal, and this to me, when I was looking at it, and today when you sent me that today, and it's like, this could be the biggest portal year for Texas yet. And we know Sark has consistently said we don't want to mess up our chemistry by bringing in too many people. So I don't think he's going to go nuts. I don't think there's a 30-person, transfer portal. But I do think it's now. I said it was 10 to 12 yesterday. I could see it getting up to 20 now, which I think is a huge number. But because of now, you're like, well, we have these extra scholarships now. Like, we have the extra space. So maybe we'll go and bring in a freshman, or we'll bring in a sophomore, like somebody, a redshirt freshman. We'll go get a couple younger guys too that we think can help us, and not just get the high-end guys at the top. We may go pilfer a couple other guys in the portal that we were talked to a couple years ago, and now we'll bring them in and kind of try to develop them as well. I think you could see this. And that being said, on one side, there's a lot of questions of Texas has a lot, and now everybody else in the SEC's got some extra spots. How many of your guys that are developmental may hop in that portal if there's now another spot and someone says, so like we talk about, like a Jamie French or Cleek Lockett or somebody like that who's on the back end of the wide receiver room, if Auburn calls or if Florida calls or if one of these teams says, well, we want another wide receiver and you'll play here. Like, we're telling you we'll play here, but we didn't necessarily want to bring you in. We weren't, you weren't as big. There could be a couple more of those that go out. So the question now is, how many guys are you actually going to lose? And then that does affect what goes into what you can bring in, because the more you lose, the more you got to bring back in, right? You can't. It's at a certain point where your morals and your judgments of, we don't want there to be more than 7 to 10 players, doesn't really hold water if you lose 20 guys, because at some point you have to start replacing guys. So I think that's going to be a big question. And Matt, I just brought it to you. Do you think this is, with the new 105, with the coming in below what your standard was, knowing where you're having some players, not the 12 people go to the NFL, but you saw the effect of that last year. Is this probably the biggest Texas portal year yet, just because of circumstances?
Yeah, I mean, I think it already was before this happened, and I think that this just makes it bigger now because you have an opportunity to bring in a lot of depth. I'm still very confident that Jamie French and Dalen McCutcheon and Khalil Lockett will stay, because I think that they're just going to play more next year.
Yeah.
Because, you go back to a couple years ago when Texas was 6 or 7 deep at the position and they were able to rotate guys in and out and stay effective. I think that's what Steve Sarkisian wants. And those guys have been progressing really nicely. So I think that they're just going to be a part of the rotation next year, and a lot more, as opposed to them looking for a new opportunity. In fact, even if you bring in another wide receiver, I still think that remains the case. because DeAndre Moore could leave or go pro. I think that, adding a couple of extra offensive linemen potentially, or an extra corner, like all the positions that we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Where it was, maybe a backup quarterback. I think you definitely bring in a veteran quarterback, even though you want KJ Lacey to be your backup. You talk about 1 or 2 running backs. Now you probably bring in 2 instead of just maybe 1. You probably still bring in a wide receiver. You probably get a swing tackle now instead of just sticking with everything that you have. All the positions we talked about, I think you can now consider going to the maximum number that we had talked about yesterday, and that number that I came up with came to about 16.
Yeah.
And then that also could change depending on, who you do lose. DeAndre Moore, CJ Baxter, Ryan Niblett, some of these younger guys whose path to playing a lot of football is kind of blocked by other talent that you've brought in. So it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very chaotic and aggressive, I think, by Steve Sarkisian, because he really wants to compete for a national championship next year. Everything you do has to go right. And, maybe if there's a couple of coaching changes, whether that's, Dwayne Akina or, Chad Scott follows Neil Brown to be an offensive coordinator, or whatever ends up changing. There's always coaching turnover.
Yeah.
Maybe that affects the guys who are in that room who are like, well, I really wanted to play for this guy. Now I'm going to look elsewhere.
Yes.
So it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah. Cause we just saw that whole saga with Chris Harris Jr., who ends up going to Ohio State at the end of the day. He goes there, but apparently Brian Hartline was helping him still being recruited to Ohio State. I'm guessing Brian Hartline maybe made a pitch for USF, and that was shut down promptly. And he goes, look, if you want to go to a great place, I know I'm not there, but I still believe in the program, and I still love those guys. It's still where I played, still all that. So he apparently was on the phone with him as he makes that announcement. And so you do have that where the relationship with those guys of who recruits you and who you're on the phone with the most is huge. And I mean, that's also when you talk about who you bring in to replace those guys. If they do leave, if you do have coaching changes, who have those guys talked to and recruited before? Do those guys have somebody that's in the portal that maybe wants to follow them in, that you get to bring in? And so it's just a different that when that came out today, I thought it was possible, but yeah, it was surprising for it to come out as fast as it did, that you get up to 105 scholarships. And then, yeah, you throw in the fact of that like offensive line now, you're really looking at that as, okay, we have a lot of wiggle room in that offensive line room now. Because you don't want to go in the portal because you're still always in that point of, to get these guys, you can't just go, well, we're gonna bring you in. I'm gonna have a donor pay you a bunch of money in NIL, and then we're going to not play you. Like you're competing for a job and you're on the back end of it, but we just need to bring somebody in because we need backups. So it's harder to do that in the portal. That's what you really want to have your recruiting for and your development, is have guys ready to go. But it feels like on this offensive line, you don't really have a choice. You're going to have to bring in some guys to compete for jobs just because you cannot have what happened this year happen again.
Yeah, and I do want to say I think that they're pretty confident in the young guys that they have. Like Devin and Jordan is it Campbell? Coleman, Devin Campbell and Jordan Coleman, Jackson Christian. Those guys I think they were just so young and raw this year that they didn't get an opportunity to get on the field. Danny Cruz is another one. Like, I think those guys are going to get a real hard look. But even with that, I think you just need to bring in a lot of competition at the room so you can get the best 5 on the field at any given time. It's interesting because, leading up to signing day, at the buzzer of signing day, Texas was trying to make a really aggressive pitch to Chris Henry Jr. And obviously he ended up sticking with Ohio State. But I wonder if they would have done that had this rule been passed the day before, or if this, or if they would have gotten Corey Wells if this had been passed the day before or something like that. So, how many guys you bring in is going to be left up to discussion, but this offensive line needs a ton of help. The secondary is going to need help. The running back room is going to need help. So I don't think you really leave any stone unturned. The name that, if I'm the Texas Longhorns, there's one name in the transfer portal that I would go all in for. The problem is I think his current team is going to go all in for him as well. Jaden Baugh at Florida. I would tamper the hell out of that guy and try and get him into Austin as soon as you possibly can. He is the prototypical, Steve Sarkisian running back in every way, shape, and form. So now that you got, some extra room, and maybe you can be a little bit more aggressive, and maybe you could have a little bit more turnover in the room than you thought heading into the year, it could be a good idea to go out there and swing for the fences at running back. I'm just really excited about it because it's going to be super, super chaotic.
Yeah,
by the way, I want to mention one other thing.
Yes.
That's completely off topic in terms of Texas, but I just want to mention it before I forget. How about them Ole Miss Rebels flipping the number one receiver in the country, Jace Matthews from Auburn to Ole Miss? Pete Golding just doing wonderful things over there.
That's crazy with no OC in there.
I know.
That's impressive. That's impressive with no OC in there yet. Because it's just hard when you're like, you don't know who's calling plays next season for them yet. But yeah, I mean, we also throw in there we throw in that the transfer portal is now one window, so there's not the second window. It's a shorter period, like all of that stuff shoved together, where it is just going to be an intense, leading up to it, where you're going to see people start to put their name in, and then we'll have the freak out moment, I'm sure, of somebody entering the portal on like day 6 of the portal. Because that always happens too, where somebody jumps in late and you're like, okay, I think we figured out where we're at and we know everything, and then some name gets tampered with and they hop in that portal and go, you know what, you pick up somebody else, and they decide to get in. But yeah, it's going to be a crazy year in the portal. I'm excited for it. We're not that far away from it. We're a month away from it. It is now January 2nd through the 16th. That's your one cycle. That is your main window now. And then there's also the postseason window. So then the teams that play through January 12th, then they get 5 days after theirs that they can enter the portal if they're still in. So you can technically go get some of those guys, but there's less of those usually, less really good players, because either they're going to the NFL or they're staying where they're at usually at those points. But it's going to be a lot of fun when we get there in next month. But yeah, I think this is going to be the biggest portal season for the Longhorns so far, just because it feels like you need a little bit more. It feels like you've now gotten the ability to fill 20 more spots that you weren't necessarily planned on having. And it feels like there's going to be some people that leave in major roles, either through the draft or through the portal, that you're going to have to figure out what you do. But, the offense was kind of clicking at the end of the season, yet you still think, how great could this offense be if it all got put together right? If you do have that other really good wide receiver, if you do have a running back who can pick you up those 3-4 yards, if you do have an offensive line that can actually give Arch Manning a little bit of time to take those shots, future is very bright if they can get those things. But it's going to be a lot of fun when we get there. I also want to throw this up, Matt. This fun thing that I saw today of Caleb Downs saying the quiet part out loud. You're not supposed to say that. I'm sure he got a call from Ryan Day after this went out, because it is making the rounds now. Caleb Downs,
he didn't care. He's going to the NFL.
Oh, I know, but I'm sure he got a call like, "Hey, man, let's not throw us under the bus here." Caleb Downs, though, he has a podcast with David Pollock, and this was a clip from it today when he and David Pollock, I believe the question's in there, but they're talking about Caleb Downs, who played at Alabama and then transferred to Ohio State. Which is harder on you?
Big things that we hear about all the time is SEC, Big Ten. Well, you played in both. Like, I think you have as good a perspective as anybody else to talk about both leagues. Like, is there a difference to you, or is it pretty much the same? Football's the same.
I would definitely say, like, SEC, you're playing every week, and you're playing like big comp every week. So that that was something when I was at Alabama. It was every week playing. Okay, Tennessee this week, got LSU next week, then we got Auburn. You're playing dudes every week, and that's something that you have to prepare your body for, prepare your mind for. I would say Big Ten, you're gonna have 4 or 5 games maybe where you're gonna have to play like high level competition and really be able to be at your highest point. So that's a difference. But then again, I said that when I first got to Ohio State, and then a lot of the teams that were in the Big Ten, when it came to like bowl games, they ended up beating the SEC team.
So there is Caleb Downs talking with David Pollack. C-Ball, Get Ball is the name of that show that they do. Give them proper props because that's a really good clip for SEC fans. From a guy currently playing in Ohio State to say, 4 to 5 times a year, you really got to play a game, and the rest is a cakewalk. And basically saying, I don't have to try every week in the Big Ten. And in the SEC, every week is a grind. And it is the piece that you just want to send that to the committee and just go, hey, committee, just want you to know what the player believes. One of the best players in college football right now, if not the best player in college football right now, wants to tell you the SEC is really, really hard. And I know you think, man, well, Florida was never in our top 25, but we're crediting FSU as being in the top 25 because they won a couple games early, but they shouldn't have ever. They're not a top 25 team yet. They're getting credit because they were a top 25 team because they got ranked there because they won 2 games early, but they're also awful. But I think most people would tell you there's more talent on Florida. Just saying, Matt, it's nice to hear it from somebody who's played in both conferences. The difference between the two, that the Big Ten is just the bottom of the Big Ten is awful.
Yeah, he tried to save himself there at the end a little bit by saying, well, the Big Ten beat them in bowl games. Like, the thing about bowl games is if the SEC sweeps the Big Ten in bowl games that they face each other in this year, like not counting the playoff, it doesn't matter because a lot of those guys are gone to the NFL or transferring or they don't want to be there. That's why I didn't put any stock in Texas beating Georgia in the Sugar Bowl a few years ago.
Yeah. It was fun, but
those games don't really matter. You get some extra practices for the younger guys, and you get to see how they play in a football field. He's right, though. I mean, the SEC plays 8 conference games. They're going to 9 next year. 8 of your games are automatically you're going to have to grind it out and be at your top, the best of the best that you could possibly play for 8 weeks straight, or 8 games straight. Big Ten plays 9 conference games, and he's like, yeah, like half of those are hard, and the rest of them are kind of dog water. It's basically what he's saying. So it really makes you think. I'd be curious to see what he would have said if he was like in the ACC or the Big 12.
Yeah,
because I think it would have been like, I had to play once really hard against like Texas.
Well, and
Tech.
I think it's somewhat different too because like he's in Ohio State where it is like we're good enough that it's not that hard for us because we're just so much better than everybody else in the conference. And at Alabama, the level between the two was just not as big. And when you look at the ACC and the Big 12, you're like, well, those teams are more evenly matched, so they are harder games for you, but that's because the teams are more evenly matched, so you're not blowing them out. But you see Texas Tech this year. Texas Tech would be the one to ask. Just go, oh yeah, we're just rolling everybody. And then we played Arizona State, and they have a wide receiver who we just couldn't guard.
And we were playing our backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Temple Brutus, I'm going to answer this for you. I don't care how many teams in the SEC actually get into the playoff. I don't think that the group of 5 should get an automatic bid. I don't think that there should be 2 group of 5 teams in there. I think that Miami should be in the playoff. Like, I'm not saying Texas should be in. I'm saying, there's obviously a little bit of Big Ten, homerism within the playoff this year because there's no way that Oregon is the number 5 team in the country.
No.
Then again, like there's also a little bit of Notre Dame bias because there's no way that Notre Dame has a better resume than a team that beat them and has the same record and has a harder schedule.
Yes.
So it needs to be the 12 best teams, period. I don't care about automatic bids. I want to get rid of them. I don't think that the SEC should get 4, the Big 10 should get 4, and the ACC should get 2, the Big 12 should get 2. Like, I don't care about any of that. I just want the best teams in there. And when a player who's one of the best players in college football says, yeah, Big Ten's really not that hard, then it kind of makes you think a little bit.
No, I mean, and look, and Tip, I'll tell you, man, here's what you know what would make me happy and make me stop whining? If y'all kick like 6 schools out of the Big Ten.
Yeah.
If you just went, hey, you guys haven't been competitive in the last 25 years, get out. You're not competitive. You don't want to be here. You're literally collecting a paycheck. You don't get the players. You don't recruit hard. You don't hire the coaches. You do not create at the level. And so then your schedules every year in the conference would be harder because there are good schools in the Big Ten. It's just watered down because there's too many teams.
Yeah.
And the SEC grabbed 2 more teams, and those 2 teams are in the top 15 in the country. So you grab some new teams, and I get Oregon's there. Oregon's a great pickup. USC's an okay pickup. But Cal's a crap pickup. UCLA is a crap pickup for football, at least. So, like, I'm just saying, if you don't, no, I'm just saying, like, and I'm not saying, like, again, Ohio State's really good. Indiana's good this year. Oregon's good this year. Like, but I'll tell you this: USC versus Mississippi State would be a 1-score game. And that's ridiculous.
Yeah. So
I think USC wins, but I think it's a 1-score game.
I think that the right SEC teams are in the playoff picture right now. I think it's Alabama, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Georgia.
Yeah.
I think that's right. You know, I don't think that they need to have any more in there. I don't think they deserve to have any more in there. I don't think Texas deserves to be in there. I just think that, you know, Notre Dame should not be in there. The group of 5 should not be in there. Miami should be in there. And, you know, however that shakes out, it shakes out. But it's really not that complicated. Like, the Big Ten added 2 programs. I mean, really 3 programs if you include Nebraska, but we'll say 2 programs. Maryland and Rutgers have no business being in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
They're not good football teams. They don't add anything to the conference. They should be in the ACC where they belong. And then the Big Ten would feel like a better conference, just minus those 2 teams. The SEC doesn't need to get rid of anybody. We're not complaining about how hard the SEC is.
Yeah.
We're making fun of how easy the Big Ten is. Those are 2 different conversations.
Yes. The conversation is the Big Ten walks around pretending that they are this super mega conference because they won 2 titles recently and they cheated at one of them. Like, blatantly, we all know they cheated. They got caught cheating, and the Big Ten's like, oh, no, never mind. We didn't do that because they understand it's all they have that leg up on. You have really, really good teams at the top, and the rest of it is just not very good. And, like, that's the problem is if these teams aren't going to spend the money to be in a power conference, you can't. So, hey, we're going to schedule not really hard, like Indiana, not going to schedule a hard non-conference. And then also we're going to give you 4 easy games a year in your conference slate, like 4 give-me's. And then you're going to have a couple that maybe you could get thrown off. That's just like, I mean, the fact that Penn State fell off should tell you, like, that's how crazily unbalanced it is right now in the Big Ten. And it just sucks because they're like, oh, our top is a cream of the crop. And you're like, Ohio State is. We'll see with Indiana this weekend. If Indiana beats Ohio State, then who knows? Maybe Indiana's for legit. I don't believe Oregon's the number 5 team in the country. And it's crazy to me that they're played there. Like, that is the second craziest thing in this portal. Look, Texas not being in the playoff is probably the 7th or 8th craziest thing in the rankings. It's pretty far down. But the reality is the beginning of it is Notre Dame shouldn't be in there. There's no way they should be ahead of Miami. And then but it's like the Big Ten, they tried to build a super conference, and then all they ended up doing was really just lifting up their bigger schools more to give a bigger pipeline to Ohio State and a bigger pipeline to Oregon. So all they really did. They didn't actually bring anybody who's going to push it.
Well, I mean, also Temple, The Big 12 is never going to win a national championship. If Miami doesn't win a national championship or Clemson doesn't come back to what they were a couple years ago, the ACC is never going to win a national championship. So it's going to be the Big 10 or the SEC, period. You know who the 9th best team in the Big 10 is?
Who's the 9th best team?
Minnesota.
What's their
and their psychopath head coach. Do you know? I can tell you stories about that guy, man. Do you know who the 9th best team in the SEC is?
Missouri?
Tennessee.
Tennessee's the 9th best team.
Tennessee would beat Missouri beat Minnesota by 40 points.
Yeah, it's like I get it. USC, Michigan, Iowa, Washington, even Illinois was terrible this year. Nebraska, I'm fine with, but yeah, you just get down to the bottom, and it's like, and I get Purdue's a basketball team. I get it, but yeah, Maryland, Michigan State hasn't been a football program in a while. They got caught cheating, and they haven't been there as much. But you're just not like they're just not. You didn't build a large audience. Your audience is. Oh, you don't have good games every week. That's the problem. There's not good game like the SEC. You can watch all day, all season, and there's maybe 2 weeks where it's not from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Great football, and the Big Ten can't do that. The Big Ten's doing crap games for big noon kickoff, and they're just like it's Ohio State every week because everybody else is not very good. So,
yeah, do you think that Rutgers and Maryland and like added a bigger audience?
So. I get it. I just think the big problem is I think the Big Ten gets put up on this pedestal, and you just heard it from a player who's played in both conferences. We just played you the clip of Caleb Downs going, yeah, we play a lot of give me games, like a lot of them. Half of our conference schedule is give me's.
Yeah, it's from the horse's mouth. That's
what I'm saying. When the player says it was really hard in the SEC and not as hard in the Big Ten, that's all my point is. It's easier in the Big Ten, so stop pretending that it's as good. I'm not saying that's not Texas should be in and 4 losses shouldn't matter and all of that. That's not that conversation. It's a conversation of the Big Ten needs to understand what the Big Ten is, and the reality is, I just hate the Big Ten because of the commissioner, because he's a lying political jackass who would like to destroy college football for profit. That's really where this comes from. Because he's working with Fox, and Fox wants to get in on the college football playoff, so they keep pitching 32 team ideas and all this other stuff to get more games on TV instead of just having good regular season football, which we should have. They don't care about you. They don't care about the school. They don't care about the kids. They just want profit, which is a lot of this, but that's why I don't like it, because they come out and they made the SEC go to 9 games, and then they're going to back out of it. Like all of that stuff. It's terrible.
Oh my God, Temple! No, we don't want 8 teams from the SEC into the tournament. 4 or 5 this year is the right number.
Our ratings. We gave you our ratings. Our actual polls, and both me and Matt's polls don't have that. We're not saying that at all. We're simply saying Oregon's not the number 5 team in the country, and Notre Dame ain't the number 9 team in the country. That's what we're really saying is these conferences and they get elevated because of the name, and that's not what it should be. Yeah. The Big Ten has a better upper echelon than either the Big Ten or either the Big 12 or the ACC by far. The upper echelon of the Big Ten is way above those 2 conferences. The lower echelon is the exact same. Like once you get past Oregon, right now. Now, Michigan has got up there before. Penn State's gotten up there before. But right now, there's 3 teams that are above the Big 12 and the ACC. That's it. And there's a lot of teams behind that would fit and not win and be a 4-loss team in whatever conference they were in. Like, it just is what it is.
Yep.
So that's all we're saying is the Big Ten and that commissioner, which I can't remember his name, but it's a Tony Petitti or something like that. Sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
He just needs to shut up and be fired and get rid of him. And then you have someone that has better PR than someone who just walks around going, you guys keep saying we're bad. And we're like, because you are. Your own player just said it.
Yeah, and there's a reason that they're pushing for a 30-team playoff or whatever, 24-team playoff or whatever. because they just want to have more teams in.
Yeah.
The SEC doesn't want you to expand it.
No. Oh, I mean, Vanderbilt does, but.
Well, Vanderbilt doesn't count. If you're going to kick somebody out of the SEC, kick Vanderbilt out of the SEC. They're unbelievably insufferable.
Yeah, no, you kick out Vanderbilt and Missouri, and they're both ranked teams this year. But that would be the two teams that fit in the least right now of what they're doing. And it's also Eli Drinkowitz. You kick him out. He feels like a Big 12 guy. Eli Drinkowitz does.
Oh, yeah. Missouri should be in the Big 12.
It feels like it. Feels like Eli Drinkowitz is a Big 12 guy. He'd fit in there. I get like he wants to be Mike Leach, but he is very much the Diet Cola of Mike Leach.
Yeah, I mean, and Diego Pavia's mom should probably be in prison. His brother is a horrible human being. He's a horrible human being. Well, maybe he's not a bad person, but he's super obnoxious.
He is very obnoxious. He's very obnoxious. And hey, you know what we love? That dude's going to be on TV for the next 15 years or podcast or whatever. And it's just going to get wildly annoying at some point in there.
You know what's going to be really annoying is when he finally goes to the NFL draft after playing 9 years of college football. And then like people like Skip Bayless or like have the same, infatuation with him that they had with Tim Tebow and they had with Johnny Manziel, and then he fails miserably, and then he starts on a podcast and like tries to stay relevant, and then like 10 years from now when he's walking down the sidewalk in Nashville, some social media influencer kid's going to interview him, and he's like, "So what do you do for a living?" He's like, "Well, I used to play football, but now I'm just a guy." That's going to be Diego Pavia.
Yeah. No, it is. And CB, he did. We had that as our meathead the other day that he asked Trump to be there. But Trump today said football, the NFL should change its name because soccer is the only football. So I wouldn't be asking him for football advice. I would not be asking him for football advice at that one. He'd be like, all right, well, 16-team playoff for the college handball playoffs. We got to change the name to do it.
He was probably just saying that to appease his.
He was. It's
his
banner,
allies
but he literally
across the pond.
No, it was like at a World Cup thing or something, and he said it. But I was like, dude, I don't like to get political, but if you're gonna lose your fan base if you start talking trash about football, man.
There's one way to turn America against you.
Some things is sacred, man. Yeah, and I agree. The 13th game thing, everything Vandy did was very funny because it really was somebody who has not been near that place ever. And you just like, yeah, you don't get how this works. You just have to deal with the pain that all the Texas fans are feeling right now of being like, well, maybe if all these things happen, right, and if we can get the Venmos of all the guys on the committee and we all throw $1 to them.
Well, I understand Vandy acting this way because I think they know that they're never going to be in this position again.
Oh, yeah.
This is their best shot, and they blew it because they got boat raced by Texas until the fourth quarter, and they lost to Alabama, and it's just not enough.
Did they ever did that recruit that quarterback, or did he push his date back completely?
He signed with Vanderbilt.
He did. Wow. So they got they're set to go. Clark Lee's there. I mean, now Tim Beck. It'd be great as if Tim Beck took over because the other Tim Beck that coached for us just got fired, right? So if you replace Tim Beck with Tim Beck, would be a great hire.
Where was he?
I can't remember. I just saw it happen. Yeah, I just saw it pop up the other day. But yeah, this was it's a weird one. And then we find out Penn State's apparently got their coach now, though. So they waited all this time, and they got the guy that Clark Lee is going to turn into, I believe, which is the biggest, most successful coach in Vanderbilt history, but also the most successful coach in Vanderbilt. It's Matt Campbell, the most successful coach in Iowa State history, but he's the most successful coach in Iowa State history. It's not like the biggest bragging rights in the way. It's great in Iowa State.
Well, I honestly, this is who they should have got from the beginning.
Tim Beck was coach of Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, but they should have gotten Matt Campbell from the beginning.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why they were weighing around and talking about Terry, whatever his name is. Like,
because
he's a good
Matt Campbell,
coach.
he's a really good coach. He's just not a sexy hire, but I think it's a better hire than a lot of other guys I could have gotten.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think at the end of the day, Matt Campbell is a decent hire for them to like have some stability after a ridiculous, couple years. But if you don't like James Franklin because he's not a national championship coach, maybe Matt Campbell isn't the guy.
Well, he's just gonna be able to stabilize that program a little bit. He's not going to do anything special there, but he's going to be able to stabilize it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, they finally got their coach today, which God, that took forever. That AD still is going to get axed.
Well, we may talk about him here in a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be that's the one we'll go into, Matt, too. Did we see a couple people posted their 16 and 24 team playoff brackets now? They're saying if you had them, the 24 one is absurd. Like
it's
when
stupid.
you see
nobody wants that.
When you see the teams that are in that one, it is ridiculous. The 24 team playoff. I'll ask the people on the text line and the people in the chat here. If you could go to a bigger playoff, if you had the choice to say 8-team playoff, 12-team playoff, 16-team playoff, which would you go with out of those three choices? No, I'm not saying 20. Screw 24. We're not honoring that idea. We're not putting where Duke is in there at 7-5. Like in that one, that is a like wild to have teams that are 4 or 5 loss teams that didn't play anybody and are still 4 and 5 loss teams in there, and go like, well, they have a shot, and all we need is a shot. You're like, no, that's not the point. But yeah, and then that's the other one, table, Bruce. And it would be where it's like, well, we're gonna do 24, but every conference gets 6. You're like, wait a minute. So we're taking like a 6-loss Arizona State with no quarterback and no receiver and no one's playing. Oh, it's gonna turn some heads there in the playoffs because everybody's hurt and they get hurt in the back half of the season.
All right. Well, I'll go first.
All right. Yeah.
8 teams is what it should be.
I'm with you.
The top 2 teams get a bye. The other 6 teams play each other. So you would have 1 and 2 get their bye. Then you'd have 3 play 8, 4 play 7, and 5 play 6. It's easy.
Yeah. I'm 8 teams. That's, to me, is the easiest way to go. Screw automatic qualifiers. 8 teams. Line them up the way they are. If you can't be in the top 8, you're not in. And this is the funny part is, if there was 8 teams, Texas fans would be less upset right now than in a 12-team playoff. Because we have no argument to be the 8th best team in the country. No argument. But we do have an argument to be the 12th best team in the country. Very good argument.
Okay. Agree. So if the 8-team playoff was a thing right now,
yes,
you'd have, just based on the last rankings, you'd have, I'm just running through this real quick, so bear with me. You got Aggies and Tech. You got Oregon and Ole Miss. So you'd have Georgia play OU in round 1. I guess the first 2 teams would have to get 2 byes. Is that how it would work?
In an 8 team?
Yeah.
No byes. Right?
Well, the number 1 and number 2 team get a bye.
So
don't
it's
they?
8 teams. So it's 4 games, 2 games, 1 game, right?
Okay, so then Ohio State would play Oklahoma. Indiana would play
A&M.
A&M. Georgia would play Ole Miss. Texas Tech would play Oregon. That sounds like a really good bracket to me.
It does.
I would be happy with that.
And here's the best part about this is the line then would be if Alabama beats Georgia, then Oklahoma's out.
Yeah, there you go. You're
So
not.
we
You're
all
just
win then.
substituting one SEC team for another SEC team.
But yeah, if they win if they were to beat Georgia, then you'd be like, well, they clearly are better. Like they're playing well right now. They just beat Georgia. And it would screw up how all the rankings go. But yeah, I think that's a great, like, no buys. You go 4 games, 2 games, 1 game. Easy.
Yep.
Easy peasy. I think that's the easy one. I think it's the best way. Because again, do we really think that right now? I mean, I don't really think 7. I mean, really, there's 6 teams. I think maybe 5 that have a real shot to go in there and do it. Like, I don't know if there's. I mean, I think Georgia and, maybe Ole Miss are my only 2 teams that really, I think, have a shot to play at that level and go win a title. I don't know if A&M does it this year. Like, how bad they looked against Texas. And maybe that's just Texas, and they'll look better than that. But they did not look ready there. Marcel Reed did not look like he's ready to lead them to a title. I don't think Oklahoma's offense is good enough to win it. And that's kind of Alabama's problem, too. But as much as Notre Dame's on everything else, once they get in there, I don't have them. I don't have BYU. I don't think Miami's really got a shot. I don't think Texas has a shot. I don't think Vandy has a shot to upset those top teams. So I don't know. That's why you want the argument. That's why. That's the big question is the difference between the 8 and the 12 and the 16 is at 16. Then you're saying now everybody has a shot. Now we're going all the way down to your last team is the Power 5 or the Group of 5 team. So let's say Virginia wins. So Virginia's in ahead of USC. But you're talking about like Utah still in that game. Or, maybe not actually Utah will be out. So Vanderbilt will be the last at large. If we take still the automatic qualifiers into that with 16. But you're like, that feels like.
I've got a 16-team bracket that I found online if you want me to pull it up.
Go for it.
Give me 1 sec. Almost there. Here we go. All right, so this is what a 16-team playoff would look like. You got Ohio State and USC in one the first round. You got Oklahoma and Alabama, Texas versus Texas Tech, Miami versus Oregon, Indiana versus Utah, Texas A&M versus Notre Dame still, Georgia versus Vanderbilt, Ole Miss versus BYU.
Yeah, but this is without automatic qualifiers.
Yeah, I think you should get rid of automatic qualifiers. So
I get that, but if they go to 16,
you get rid of
if they go 16, they're keeping it because at that point they're like, well, now we have all the room for the automatic qualifiers.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I don't know. I like they probably would, but I would just prefer it's the top 16 teams straight up.
Oh no, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But again, and this is, our blatant SEC biasm that we're going to be like, look, we're going to be ranked harder because we play better games every week. So we will be ranked higher, the teams that are up there, because they play really good games every week. Now, granted, Michigan can beat Maryland and move up fucking 6 spots, which is still mind-blowing.
So look at this bracket then, and you would substitute, let's say, North Texas beats Tulane. You'd have Ohio State versus North Texas, which would be 100-0 Ohio State. Then you'd have where's the number 2 seed in here? Is it still Indiana? And you'd have Indiana against number 15 Virginia, who they canceled off their schedule a couple years ago, or for a couple years in the future.
Yeah.
So it's basically this: substitute Utah and USC for North Texas or Tulane and Virginia.
No, and that's
still better.
No, and but that's the deal. Is look, I think the 16 is way better than the 24. I'll give you that if we're having that argument. But I'm still on, and I think people here in the chat, they said 8. 8's the number. 8's always been the number. 8 feels right. 8 feels like, as much fun as it is to have these games, it does feel like we're just going to keep expanding, and it will be 24 before too long, and that's just insane to me. It doesn't feel like 24 is going to be fun because it feels like 24 is kind of like how the NFL playoffs are now, where sometimes you get that, like every once in a while, you get that team that's really hot now because they had an injury early or something like that. Like the Ravens could be a team this year's playoff that's like at the back end of it, but then come in and have a really good season. The Texans could be a team that their defense, they start playing better later in the season. But at the end of the day, you're like, that only happens once every, 5-6 seasons that you get that team to be the wild card and come in and play well. It doesn't happen enough to make it where you should in college football playoffs back. Well, we just want to have the chances. And and CB, they're trying to expand. They're trying to expand the NCAA tournament. And no, Sooner Cowboys, it should not just be for the conference champions. If you lose a couple conference games, but you play good non-conference or anything, because like if you go to the conference champions, Duke and Virginia are in over OU, over Ole Miss. That's crazy. That's not good. Or they're in over Oregon. BYU's in over those teams. Like I don't like the conference champions getting in there. I get that's meaning the conference championships win, but again, that's only going to stack the decks for people to be like, let's make our conferences as terrible as possible, so that we're getting 2 teams in anyway. So again, the automatic qualifier stuff I don't want to see. Nobody wants to see James. And I get the world of, we sit atop the tower of us and Ohio States and Georgias and Alabamas and these schools have been good the last few years that can say, well, no one wants to watch that. There are people who do want to watch these younger teams. The problem is they're watching for an upset that's never coming. And, eventually there will be a day that there will be a group of 5 team that is good enough to go in there and pull a really big upset. But I'm with you, Matt. If you want to put group of 5, if you want to put the automatic qualifiers, put a cap on it that you have to be top 20. That's not crazy. But if you're
I prefer
not
top 15, but yeah.
I do too, but that's again if you're going to 16. But I'm like, I'll say top 20. Cut off and just go. If you're not a top 20 team, you don't get in. Because now you don't have that chance. But if you're undefeated, group of 5 team, and you want to walk in here and say, you're undefeated, go in. See if you can pull a big upset. Those happen. But doing it where it's just like, oh, because we have to do this because once every 6 years it's going to be possible. That's to me, it's just you're making it bad for 5 years for the 1 6 year where there will be a decent game in that game.
Yeah, and if you did that this year, let's say you switch to the 16 team with the automatic qualifier, with the line at top 20, Tulane would get in. So you'd still have a team in there. North Texas, if they beat Tulane, would probably rise up to number 20 and they'd still be in there.
Yeah.
And then you'd get to watch Tulane go get the breaks or North Texas get the breaks beaten off of them by Georgia or Ole Miss or Texas A&M or somebody like that.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's, it just, those last games, it is really the 2 sides of it are, one, it's a chance for injuries, which ruin, you look at the NBA playoffs and injuries and how much it has hurt the NBA playoffs the last 4 or 5 years that you're just like, oh, who's in the finals? The healthiest team. Mm-hmm. That's who's in. Doesn't matter. And then Indy makes it to the finals last year. Tyrese Halliburton gets hurt, and you're like, well, it's over. Tyrese Halliburton's out. That's not the same team anymore. So you don't want to have those games where you're like, we're going to play James Madison, and the only thing that could happen is James Madison comes in trying to overplay a play and has an injury and just hits a guy wrong. And, and now that guy's out for 2 weeks, and those 2 weeks are the next 2 playoff games. You don't want that. So I think 8's the number. I think three extra games for a national champion is not over the top amount of extra games. I get that's not what TV wants. I get that's not what the college football wants to make all the money. As CB said, they want to expand the NCAA tournament because it's the best thing. Also, the Turner contract's going on that one now too. I can't remember. I think ESPN bought it, but it's somebody else bought it now. The NCAA tournament contract. So, how it was done for so many years, that's going to change now, and they're going to put more teams in, and it's not going to be the same tournament that it always was. And it's frustrating. as a sports fan to watch so many of these things. And every once in a while, they get things right. I think expanding the playoffs was the right move. I think 12 was a little bit too much. And look, as sports fans and as Texas fans, sitting here knowing that we have a room of Texas fans who are sitting and going, we know at 16 we'd be in. And we'd be in a lot of years at 16. But 8, we wouldn't be in every year. But when we were in, we'd have a great shot to win the title. And we could be there a lot of times. You'd rather be in that world. To me, it's just a better playoff. The better teams are in there. You stay the matchups that would be in it, which would be great. I think 8's the number. This is just too many.
Okay. Hear me out, though.
Okay.
In a 16 team, and I don't want this to happen. I will be very sad the day that it switches to 16.
Yeah.
But in this bracket, Texas would beat or could beat in advance against anybody in this bracket outside of Ohio State and Georgia. So they would have a chance to win a national championship.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
can you say that about BYU? Can you say that about Vanderbilt? Can you say that about Notre Dame, Utah, USC? I don't think so.
No.
Texas is a special case this year, but otherwise, I think that you're right on target.
Yeah, and I mean, it's because it's the concept of the 16-team playoff allows you to eye test some more teams in and say, hey, this Notre Dame team is playing really good football right now. They lost the 2 biggest games they played. They've only got 1 top 25 win, and that's USC, who hasn't really been that great this season against good teams. And so maybe they shouldn't be in. But in a 16-team playoff, they would deserve to be in because they are playing great. So you get to have some of those really great teams down the stretch. But, I don't know. I think we've seen it. 8 teams is what most people sit at. Most college football fans, I think, sit at 8. I get the 16, but then 16, they're starting to try and go the automatic qualifiers, and the automatic bids. And when you start saying ACC gets in multiple bids this season, they don't deserve multiple bids. So, Matt, let's take our first break right here. We come back. We got Matt's Bourbon Banter. We still got our picks to make for this weekend. Got to pick all these conference championship games. We got to talk a little bit about the Cowboys game last night as well. Where that season started to go awry last night, and being in Detroit was a problem. We'll talk a little bit about that. Texans have a huge game this weekend as well. Lots to get into in hour 2. Stick with us. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. More drinking, more talking, more sports in just 2.5 minutes here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Welcome back into to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. Of course, over here on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Give us that like and subscribe if you're watching over there on YouTube. Love to have you in the chat. Cheers to you here on an Open Gym, open bar. You can tell it's covered, but there's a little bit of the good stuff right there. On an Open Gym, open bar Friday, having a drink, getting you ready. It's 5 o'clock. It's time to tune out, or to not tune out, but clock out. Tune in.
Leave us.
Clock out, tune in. Sorry, clock out, tune in. I got it getting backwards. This is my second beer. Come on, guys. I'm all right. We'll get it going. Having a beer with you here, or a drink, or whatever you're having. Maybe it's getting too close. It's cold. Holidays. Anybody got into eggnog yet?
Ugh, gross.
I'm not an
hate
eggnog guy. I am not an eggnog person. I don't change up my drinking for the holidays. I just drink the same thing all year. I don't need to change up. I know some people do. Some people prefer it. My mom makes an eggnog ice cream that my niece and nephew love. Of course, eggnog, non-alcoholic. No, it's not giving the niece and nephew, non-alcoholic. But eggnog doesn't necessarily have to have the alcohol in it. We just do. Yeah, I was never an eggnog guy. I don't know if I probably had it once in my life, and it just sounds gross to me. So I've never.
Let me tell you, Patrick. Eggnog is the worst creation of alcoholic beverages on this planet, and I will never, in my entire life, take another sip of it until the day that I die.
I'm never gonna drink it. Also, this is the other deal: is being a fat guy in my 40s. And there's things that are not good for you that I don't like. I'm just happy I don't like them. I don't need to add to my list of things that I want but can't have. Like I don't like pies, and I'm like, I probably would like a pie if I had it now. I didn't like them as kids. And I'm just like, but I don't want to add that because I'm an adult and I can go to the store and buy a pie and eat the whole thing in one night. I can do that. I'm a guy. I'm a man. I can do it. But I choose to try not go down that path. It's hard enough to be like, in HEB you walk down the aisle and there's just cake slices. So you're like, well, I'm not really that fat if I'm just buying a slice of cake for Tuesday night. So,
well, that's a fantastic point because Thanksgiving, I had one of the best ham I've ever had in my life. A very good turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, carrots, all kinds of different stuff. Bomb ass food. I was so full, Patrick. I was about to throw up, and then my mom broke out the chocolate pie, and I was like, "There's no way that I'm gonna be able to have a piece of pie." She put one in front of me, and I ate that thing, and then I ate half of my girlfriend's piece, and I felt like shit.
Get the Zantac, man. We're gonna have some heartburn and some acid reflux tonight. But yeah, no, it
took me 2 days to recover from that.
Oh, we also have to, all long-time listeners, we always got to remember the Rod Babers aversion to white foods. I don't know if you know about this, Matt, but Rod Babers had a thing where he doesn't eat anything that's white. So he's never had vanilla ice cream. He apparently would say that he was weaned off the teat at a young age. Doesn't drink milk, doesn't drink anything white. He will not consume. And it's funny, but I'm like, I'm almost there. I'm really close in that. There's a lot of white stuff that I do not appreciate and will not go for. And in milk, I drank my whole youth. I can't drink it anymore because that's a bad afternoon. But drink milk, it's a bad rest of the day. Body does not take it in the way it used to. So, but ranch dressing's about it. But sour cream and mayonnaise and all of that stuff, I can't do. So the aversion to white food, and I feel like eggnog. I know it's off white, but I feel like that is still there.
My sister-in-law is that way. She can't be around mayonnaise, ranch dressing, sour cream, anything like that. outside of mashed potatoes and vanilla ice cream, I'm pretty much good. I hate ranch dressing. Part of that is because part of that's because I worked in a restaurant in college and I had to make the ranch dressing for the restaurant. So I would come home every night smelling like ranch dressing. Even after I showered, I would still smell like ranch dressing. So I had to get away from it, and I can hardly be in the same room as it.
Yeah. Oh, and David and CB, I'll tell you this is a little gross, but Big Red, I loved as a kid. And then one day I went to my grandparents' house and I snuck in the garage and I drank 6 of them. And then I went home, and that night I woke up and I knew I needed to throw up. And instead of just going to the bathroom that was right by my bedroom, I ran out of my bedroom to go tell my parents that I had to throw up. And I made it probably 7 or 8 steps into that process before the next morning there was a real big giant red surprise for everybody, because it was just completely red of 6 big red sodas being drank in a short period of time. Yeah, so that was a joke, and like that stain was there forever in that house. It was not good, but yes. So Big Red, after that, I just never drank it again. It's like that's just funny. I've thrown up drinking alcohol plenty of times in my life. Never made me stop. Big Red one time. Done with it forever.
The only alcohol that's ever made me do that, well, there was 2. One of them was Jaeger. I got sick one time on Jaeger. Also because my grandmother used to like kind of force feed black licorice down our throat when we would go visit her. So that kind of gave me an aversion to it. But I got sick on Jaeger one time, and now I can't even smell it without getting sick to my stomach.
Oh.
And then I also got sick in college drinking Jack Daniels. So for a long time, I couldn't smell Jack Daniels. And then somehow I got reawoken into the whiskey game, and now I drink it all the time.
Okay, good. Yeah, you gotta drink some Jack Daniels. I've got some in my kitchen right now. That was back in the day. Jack and Cokes was like a lot of them.
And Eddie, it's not. It's gross. You don't want restaurant ranch dressing any more than you want bottled.
Yeah, Eddie, I'll tell you why. Because my boy Matt here was making it. That tells me I don't want it. I don't want.
Yeah,
I don't trust young Matt making it. Maybe Matt now I would trust more, but young Matt at a job he doesn't want, I don't know.
Hold on, Patrick. Have you ever seen that movie Waiting?
Yes.
With Ryan Reynolds and all them.
Yeah.
I worked in a restaurant where shit like that happened.
Yeah. Oh,
so
yeah.
Don't ever eat. Well, maybe it's probably changed now, but the restaurant that I worked at, it was called Obi's in Oxford. I will never eat there again.
Yeah. And hey, to Jaeger, I'll say Jaeger, I can still drink if it's cold. If Jaeger warm is one of the, and apparently that's how they drink it in other countries. But Jaeger warm is rough. Jaeger is also the worst of when you walk into the party room after a night of drinking all night, and you walk in and there's just like the half-filled shot glasses, and it stinks up the entire house of day-old Jaeger. It is the worst smelling thing, and it is the worst of like me having a hangover. It is the worst thing. So
That's a fact.
So I have not bought Jaeger in quite some time. I think the only time I bought it, even like at some point, was to mess with some people at a party. But I think that was the last time. Jack Daniels is a normal buy for me. Speaking of whiskey, though, Matt, we do on the show every week. If you don't want to be a degenerate drinker like I am, maybe Matt was in the past, and don't want to coat the bathroom walls, and you want to just have some nice adult drinking and some bourbon while the weather is a little bit colder, maybe enjoy yourself a glass or two on a nice Friday night like tonight. You know what you can listen to, Matt, my man Matt, with some advice and some picks, which, by the way, you can go back in the archives now of all the Friday shows, and we will have Matt's bourbon banter on all of them. So, Matt, what bourbon do you have for us this week?
Well, I'm starting to run out of bourbons on my shelf because we've done so many of these damn things. So I might have to go out and buy some more and try some new stuff here in the next few weeks. But today, this is one of the first bourbons that I ever got into. I think it's a really solid choice. It is Jefferson's Reserve, very small batch. It's bottled by McClain and Kine in Louisville, Kentucky. It's an 82.3 proof, so it's very light. It's not one of the heavy proof ones that I've been sending y'all over the last few weeks. It's made by Castle Brands Company. Like I said, the McClain and Klein distiller. It's bottled by them. The mash bill is undisclosed. The MSRP, it only goes for about $33. So it's not too expensive. If you try to find it online, it might be a little bit more, but it's very, very commonly found. And there's a lot of different versions of it, some of which I'll probably go out and buy here in the next couple of weeks. So I have some more bourbons to review. But in 1997, Trey Zoller and his father, Chet, launched Jefferson's Bourbon. Trey created the company McClain and Kind to bottle Jefferson's, which is still used to this day. In 2005, Castle Brands purchased McClain and Kind, which held ownership over the Jefferson's name. Up until 2015, Jefferson's was distilled by various distilleries. In 2015, Castle Brands purchased a 20% share in the Copperhead Distillery Company. Copperhead owns and operates Kentucky Artisan Distillery, which is rumored to now supply approximately 25% of the bourbon used in Jefferson's very small batch. There's no exact ratio given, but Jefferson states that four different Kentucky straight bourbon whiskeys of different ages, one of the blends comprising of at least 55% of the total, are blended together to form each very small batch. It's got a nice nose to it. Some kind of corn and vanilla and oak are all there. It's got a little bit of plum in there as well. It's the palate is slightly sweet. It's very simple. Some vanilla and oak in there. Almost every bourbon that I have reviewed has a little bit of oak in there. And it's got some honey and cherry in there as well, so it's a little on the sweeter side, like I said. And then it's a very light finish, very light hints of vanilla and oak, and it's a very, very easy drinker. If you want to get into, if you're a bourbon beginner and you want to find a place to start, this would be a very, very good place to do it. And they've got a lot of different versions too, which I'll review here over the next few weeks. Some of them are aged. It's they're the Jefferson's Ocean aged at sea. There's another one that's aged in wine barrels and things like that. But this one, you're going to find it between $30 and $40. Sometimes you'll find it for a little bit less than $30. So it's affordable. It's delicious. It's light, and it's pretty solid. On my scale, I'd probably put it around, let's say 5.7. Or no, let's give it a 6. Let's give it a 6.1, Patrick. It's very good. It's not fantastic, but it's a very easy drinker. Very good place to start. That's affordable, which I know a lot of you guys have wanted me to bring some more affordable options on here as opposed to the $350 bourbon that I brought over here a couple weeks ago. So this is a good one for that.
There you go. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's good. You got a lot of little the different palate. You got the different things on the shelf depending on the occasion. You don't want to have all high end. Yeah. Then when that friend comes over that you don't really like, then what are you going to give them?
Yeah. The way that I like to describe it is, so this is Jefferson's very small batch, by the way, if you're looking for the bottle when you go to the liquor store. The way that I like to describe it is you have your everyday drinkers that you just, you get home from work, you pour a glass and you go on about your night. And then you have your more celebratory ones. You have your nicer one. Like there's different levels to it. This is one of those everyday drinkers that you can just pop open and drink, whenever you feel like it.
There you go, man. I like that. A little everyday drinker, get you in there. Don't give it to CB. Apparently can't handle his liquor at 14 years old. It's a great story, CB. And Hair of the Dog, I agree. Do not send your food back. If it's bad, power through and get out of there. Once you send it back, it's not going to end well unless you're in a really fancy place. I think a fancy place maybe would be better.
I'm going to tell you a story real quick. I'm not going to tell you where this happened, but I worked at multiple restaurants. I'll put it that way. One of my best friends also worked at this restaurant, and we closed at 10 p.m. And some drunk Ole Miss kids came into the restaurant after nobody had been in there for an hour.
Yeah.
So we started cleaning a little bit early. It's 9:57 p.m. We're all watching the clock. And then like 10 drunk Ole Miss kids came in and started ordering shit tons of food. Everybody was pissed. One of them ordered bacon cheese fries. So my buddy put the cheese fries through the oven and through the toaster or whatever, so it melts all the cheese, put all the toppings on it. Keep in mind, this guy had been working in the kitchen for 12 hours that day.
Yeah.
Picked up the plate and mashed his face in it, wiping all of the sweat and all of the dirty grossness on his face into those cheese fries, and then put them on the counter. And we watched that kid eat every single one of those fries.
Yeah,
I quit a week later.
and never ordered cheese fries again.
Never from there.
Yeah, it is crazy. It's amazing what happens at places when people feel especially when they're young and tired. Sometimes they make questionable decisions, but I think the statute of limitations is probably out on that one, Matt. So they're all right. Yeah, we've seen too many things like that on social media now. People trying to flex on those awful things. Like, I get it. I eat hot dogs. I get that there's no great way a hot dog's made, but I'm fine with it because they're delicious. I'm fine at a restaurant not knowing what goes on in the back because I don't want to know. I get sometimes I'm going to get the short end of the stick, but if I don't know, no harm, no foul to me, man. I'm good. As long as I don't get sick or something, I'm okay with it.
Yeah. That's why I appreciate places like Chipotle that have like the open kitchen so you see exactly what they're doing, you know?
Yeah. Dude, come on. You give me an open guy, I can find a way. I can still make it. Yeah. No, I'm with you, but yeah, thanks for the bourbon banter there as we get into our Friday afternoon. Chan says Matt's flexing his expensive taste. That's the thing is bourbon. Once you get into it, I've never really gotten full into it because again, it's one of those hobbies that I have the drinking problem part of it down. I don't have the finances part of it down. I can go out and spend the time and taste test all this stuff and go, oh, I really like this one. Like I smoke cigars, but I smoke the cheap cigars that I only smoke, maybe once or twice a month, max.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just like, it's a thing. You're just like, oh no, it's fun to do. And so if you have a nice, mid-range bourbon and a cheap cigar, you can still kind of get it. And you're like, I imagine this would be amazing with a really nice cigar and a really nice bottle of bourbon. However, I'm a lot of money away from that being an expense that I would spend my money on.
Yeah. I kind of went a little bit overboard with my bourbon collection at a certain point because my one of my best friends is also a huge bourbon guy. Well, two of my best friends are big bourbon guys. So we kind of had a little bit of a competition on who could find the best bottles for a few months. And then I looked down at my bank account and I was like, I should probably stop doing this. And then my buddies were like, yeah, this is getting really out of hand here.
That was me and my buddy that had a gift giving thing. And I think he started it with the Ric Flair signed wrestling boot. I think he started it with that he got me that for like my birthday or Christmas one year or something. And it was like a thing. And I was like, oh, it's awesome. And then I had to top it because that's how men are. Oh, you got me a gift? We're friends. I don't buy gifts for all my friends on their birthdays or whatever because that's crazy. I'm lucky enough to have enough friends that I do, and I have less money than I have friends, so I could not buy everybody gifts. But I found him, and I did the stealthy thing, and I found out who his favorite MMA fighter was, and so I got him a signed George St. Pierre UFC glove. And I got him that. And then he came back and got me something. And it was like, we kept going until the point where it was like, hey man, neither one of us has the money to keep this gift giving battle going. Like neither one of us, we're getting into the hundreds of dollars range of this. And that is not a thing we can spend on each other. So we got to cool it with these gift giving stuff. We had to call a truce on it at one point. But I get that with the bourbon, you have to call a truce on it. But I will say for anybody who has whiskey or bourbon connections, and wants to get reviewed on here, it's holiday season. So if Matt wants to get a Christmas gift of some bourbon, some nice bourbon that maybe he could test and then review on the show, I'm just saying you can reach out to him on Twitter at Matt Galatzan and hit him up. His DMs are open. So you can go.
And any bourbon companies out there who hear this and they, you want to get reviewed on Open Gym, let me know. I'm down for it.
Yeah, it's the holiday season. People are going to be giving. I get bourbon or get whiskey. I get whiskey, not really bourbon as much, but I probably get 2 to 3 bottles every year for Christmas.
Hell yeah!
And that stuff is usually gone around New Year's. Man, last year, my nephew broke a handle of Gentleman Jack
Ooh.
last year. And it was one of those things where it was like, where you're like, I'm not mad. Like, I get it, accidents happen, but also you're like, this just sucks. Because now, like, the cleanup has to commence, and now it's going to smell like this for a while. And it's like, it was not the best thing in the world. But I was like, I get it, man. Kids are kids. Things happen. But maybe I should not have put the bottle in a place. It was on the floor, but it was on a tile floor. Did not think it was going to get broken, but it did.
Yeah, now he owes you like, what, $50, $75, something like that. Make him work it off.
He's like 12. I'm not going to make him work it off. All right. That was when the family's like, oh, no, we'll buy you. I'm like, it's okay. I'm an adult. There's no, once you're in your 40s, I feel like, because you're like, I love every one of my family and every friend who's ever bought me anything for a gift. No one is ever expected to at this point in my life. I'm not. If I walked into Christmas and I didn't get anything, I would be fine. It's okay. I know I don't need it as much anymore, but getting 2 or 3 bottles of whiskey every year is a great thing and I think my friends enjoy it because then they get to, get the benefit of it on the back end. We're all having our drinks. And Hair of the Dog, I'm very jealous of that. Says sitting in the jacuzzi having a bourbon and a decent cigar currently. I like he said, and so you didn't qualify the bourbon, Hair of the Dog. Just bourbon. So it's a decent cigar.
Hair of the Dog, tell me what you're drinking.
Yeah, what's your bourbon? I'm curious what your bourbon is. But I'm jealous. That's a way to go. I have 2 friends with hot tubs. I don't spend enough time in hot tubs for having 2 friends that have them now. So
I've never really been a hot tub guy.
No, I enjoy it.
I like them, but like it's so hot in Texas. It's like
it is, but this weather is great.
Right now, it'd be good. Yeah.
I have a buddy who gets in it every day. And I'm like, it's 100 degrees outside. What are you doing? He's like, I like it. I'm like, he's like, you want to come over? I'm like, no, I'm sweating existing in this weather. I don't need to add it. Maker's Mark. All right.
Yeah, solid. Very solid. I like Makers.
Is Makers the Keith Richards one? I think that was a Keith Richards drink. So. No, I think he used to drink. No, he doesn't own it.
Oh,
but I think it was one that he used to drink all the time. I think. I don't know for sure. All right, Matt, let's get into some of our picks real quick. Since it is, a sports show, we'll talk some sports here. It's a Friday at 5:30. We're just having fun. This is what happens when we don't have a football game this weekend that Texas is in. It's a little bit more loosey-goosey. Here we go on a Friday. But we do have some picks to make. We do have some games to talk about. We are picking all 4 of the conference championship, Power 4 conference championships games. We'll pick all 4 of those, and then I got a couple of NFL games. I do want to talk about Cowboys and Chiefs. I do want to talk about the Cowboys as well. And I agree here, the dog. I'm with you. I agree with you. I have a pool in my yard. My buddies have hot tubs. We have never figured out the right formula of pool in the day and then hot tub at night because drinking and driving is a bad thing. So we've never quite figured out that not getting too drunk in the pool during the day to then move the whole party to a secondary location. We've never quite figured that part out of being like, well, we're going to get like 7 Ubers of wet people. I'll go from a pool to somebody else's hot tub. So we haven't figured that one out, but one day we'll figure it out. All right, Matt. Let's start off with the 11 a.m. game tomorrow. By the way, there is some conference championship games tonight, I believe. Our group of 5 team could be picked tonight, Matt, as we see that. Which I don't even know what time those games start. That's how much I care about group of 5. I know they're going to bring in big ratings, though, man. They're going to bring in big ratings. So you got to give an automatic.
Yeah, they
are. But we have a couple games tonight as my internet's going slow. It's Friday at 5:30. The internet is drunk too.
We also need to do a little reset on our standings from last week.
Our SEC for 2 weeks ago.
No,
you're saying this. Oh, yeah, I got you. No. All right. So we're reset. Last week you went 2 of 6, 2 and 4.
So, okay.
You went 2 of 4. I went 4 and 2. So I have a 2-point lead right now.
Damn.
We were tied, but I went 4 and 2 last week. And the best part is I talked you into Pitt. You had picked Miami. I talked you into Pitt. We both missed it. So I drug you down with me, Matt. We almost went 3. You almost went 3 and 3. But I talked you out of your decision on that one. We have Troy and James Madison at 6, and North Texas and Tulane at 7 tonight.
So I'm 34 and 51, and you're 30.
I stopped counting the other numbers.
Well, I mean, that's how we're keeping track of this thing.
I'm only counting the positives now, Matt. We're not catching up to 500, so I dropped the negatives. I'm going with how many points we're getting right. We're both under 500. I have it written down. I can figure it out.
Okay.
But
you've got 36. I've got 34.
Yes, I'm going with the positives here. So we're just trying to get picks right here. Because again, we're doing it harder. We're doing it harder picks than some other teams. So we're picking everybody. I know that, but hey, I'll give Chip and Zay. They both picked all the Power 4 teams, Power 4 conference championships today. So they're doing the harder slate this week. So let's start off with the 11 a.m. game tomorrow morning. BYU and Texas Tech played in Jerry World. Texas Tech is a 12.5-point favorite in this game. That's a really big number, Matt. But Texas Tech has looked really good. BYU's a one-loss team. The one loss is to Texas Tech. What do you see in this game?
I think Texas Tech's going to beat the brakes off of them again. I thought they left some meat on the bone last time. Hey, you know what? Hair of the dog. I stopped gambling a long time ago after that 25 team parlay, so I don't even do it anymore.
I do. I'm not terrible at it, but I'm not winning a lot of money. I'll say that.
Texas Tech minus 12.5. I think they're gonna crush BYU again. I just don't think that Bear Bachmeier can handle it. I don't think BYU is that good of a football team, so I have Texas Tech covering.
Yeah, I got Tech too. This was a 29-7 drubbing the last time. BYU's only big win is against Utah, which it doesn't have any big wins, yet they're still ranked higher. The Big 12 is just not great right now. The recruiting is not as good right now in the Big 12. And they just don't have these really great teams right now. They're still trying to figure themselves out after Texas and Oklahoma left and find the hierarchy of it. I think they will get it settled out and start to find and have some more teams start to grow out of there. Texas Tech is a really good example of what can come out of it. But they're also spending a ton of money to get it done.
Yeah, the number one ranked class in the Big 12 this year for recruiting was Texas Tech. They are ranked 20th in the country among the rest of the conferences. So that should tell you something.
So it's just the talent level there is not the same as it is in the Big 10. And maybe, the ACC may have some teams that are better than it as well. But I'm with you. I don't like the number at 12.5, but I think Texas Tech is trying to prove a point because they want that bye week.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Texas Tech understands there's a decent enough chance that they get knocked out of the bye week somehow if they don't blow them out. And I don't think they want BYU to. I think the Big 12 wants to get BYU in, but I don't think Texas Tech does. I think they want to. I think Texas Tech wants to sit alone and be in that world of y'all are not in our league. We are a power conference team. You all are not a power conference, because that feels like what anybody would want in that moment is to, crush your opponent. So I've got Texas Tech covering the 12.5 there as well. All right. Georgia, Alabama, 3:00 on ABC. Georgia is now a 1.5-point favorite. We have it 2.5, but now the line's down now to 1.5, but they're a 2.5-point favorite on our line. Georgia, 2.5-point favorites versus Alabama. It's being played in Atlanta. So a little bit of Georgia home field, but Alabama people can travel. The Kalen DeBoer has not dropped off in the world of owning Kirby Smart. It's the one thing that Alabama fans are happy about with Kalen DeBoer. The only thing they're happy about with Kalen DeBoer is that he has beaten Georgia now twice. But to beat him twice in 1 year, Georgia has looked really, really good, Matt, in their last few games. Like, they're starting to put it together. They don't have the edge rushers, but everything else is really coming together. What do you think in this game?
Since 2008, Georgia has beaten Alabama one time. That was in the national championship in 2022. Well, the 2021 season, the game was played in 2022. I can't pick Georgia to beat Alabama until they beat Alabama. So I'm going to take Alabama to cover the 2.5. It's probably not the best pick because with my brain, I feel like Georgia's a better team right now and they're playing better football, but I'm going to take Bama.
So there's a couple different pieces in this for me. One, Georgia doesn't need to win this game. Like, they're in. Bama needs to win this game. There's a real chance if Bama loses this, they don't go to the playoffs. Like, this is a playoff game for Bama. For Georgia, if they get down, they want to win. They want to beat Alabama, but this is not their seat. Like, I don't think this is even as much as A&M versus Texas, where A&M was like, yeah, it means something. Like, we need to beat them. They're here. We really need to beat them. This is our season, and they didn't beat them. I think that for Bama right now, this is a really big, huge, huge game.
Mm-hmm.
However, Georgia's just playing much better football. So I'm going to go the other way on it. I this one I would tell you, I would not put money on this game if I was betting it, because you're right. Bama has owned Georgia. If you would just look at who needs this game more, Bama needs this game way more than Georgia does. Now, Georgia's playing for a bye, so that's a big thing. But they don't need, like, they can walk away from, they could lose by 45 points and they're still in the playoff. If Bama loses by 20, or by 10, I mean, 50-50, they'll put Miami in.
Yeah. Almost if I'm Georgia, I don't want to buy. I almost want to play North Texas or Tulane in round 1 and be able to rest my starters in the second half and be like, well, at least we had a little bit of tune-up before we got to a real playoff game.
Well, especially after last year, all the teams that were that had the buys were losing.
Mm-hmm.
Tough. So I have Georgia winning it. I'm going to take Georgia to win, but it would not surprise me in the least if Alabama won it. I'm going to be watching with some Bama people, so we will see their reactions. But we talked to Bama Bruce yesterday, and Bruce would even tell you that he's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. All right. Indiana, Ohio State.
Wait, so you picked Georgia?
I picked Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going different. I'm trying to give you a chance to catch up here, Matt.
I just forgot to write it down. I forgot.
I have an insurmountable 2-point lead right now. We have Indiana versus Ohio State. This is number 1 versus number 2. The second time Ohio State has played number 1 versus number 2 this season. They did it to begin their season. They're doing it to wrap it up with conference championship. Oklahoma State is a 4-point favorite. It's in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium. That does feel like it does mean something for Indiana, that they're traveling a much shorter distance, that they're going to have a lot of fans in the building. Ohio State travels well. Ohio State is a great fan base of lunatics. I won't say it's a great fan base. They're a avid, rabid fan base. I'll say that. But they will show up. But there's going to be a lot of Indiana fans, because what else have they been spending their money on the last few years at Indiana? 4-point game, 4-point line right here, Matt. Is this the Ohio State just blows the water out of Indiana, or does Ohio State maybe take them a little light? Walk in this game. Brian Hartline's gone. Got Ryan Day calling the plays now. Is there a little bit of, you know what, let's just go out there and play our game and not really take a full effect on this one. We could probably lose this game and still get a bye. Like, there's just not, it doesn't necessarily, or are they saying we have to make a point that we're winning a national championship last year, we're not losing a game, and we're winning another one this year?
Here's what I would say. Number 1, Brian Hartline is staying on to call plays through the playoff run.
Okay, good.
Which I just looked up. Which I just looked up. First of all, also about Ohio State fans, they were absolutely trashing Chris Henry Jr. yesterday. And then once they got him, they're like, "Oh my God, yay, he's the best guy ever." So very flip-floppy of you, Ohio State fans. But there is nothing that I would love.
Never do that, man. Texas fans would never.
Never. There is nothing on this earth that I would love to see more this weekend than Ohio State beating Indiana 70-0.
Oh, I'd love it.
It would be the happiest thing that could happen to me all week. I think that it's not that far-fetched either, because I don't think Indiana's as good as everybody thinks they are. Yeah, they're a good team. I think Ohio State is just head and shoulders above everybody else in the Big Ten by a wide margin. And that's not me talking smack about the Big Ten, Temple of Brutus. That's just me kind of glazing Ohio State because I think that they're that good. I think they win this game big. I think that they win this game going away. Easy cover for me for Ohio State.
Okay. I'm trying to look up right now the first half line. First half spread is Ohio State -2.5. If it was 3.5, I'd take Indiana plus 3.5 in the first half. I think the first half is competitive. Think, kind of feel each other out. Ohio State walks into it, not trying to go crazy. You go back and forth, maybe miss some plays, maybe take a big shot and don't hit it. And you have all those pieces in the first half. And then what Ohio State's done this season is play close in the first half, some teams that are good teams, and then foot on the throat in the second half. Make the better adjustments. Now, Cignetti maybe can go make some good adjustments too. But I think Ohio State comes out. They have the better talent. They have the better players. And I think that they're going to come out in the second half and just put it on them. And I would say in my heart, my heart is a 3-score win. I think it's probably a 2-score win. So 10 to 14 points win for Ohio State. But that easily covers the 4 points.
Fernando Mendoza never in his college football playing career has seen a defense with the talent level that Ohio State has. Not even close. I think he's going to struggle.
Yeah. And I think Julian's saying they know what he does. And so they're going to go up, but there's short passes, just make it and take care of him. Don't put him in bad situations. They've got insanely talented wide receivers to get the ball to. This one feels like early. Maybe you don't, everyone's temper has to settle. And then that second half, Ohio State runs away with it. All right. Last one, Matt. This is the big one, man. This is the one that's going to draw all the eyes. This is good. You know what, Fox? You're winning this ratings battle. Just telling you right now, because 7 o'clock on Fox is Indiana, Ohio State, and 7 o'clock on ABC. Sorry, ABC and ESPN. You're going to lose this one. Duke versus Virginia being played in Charlotte, North Carolina. So all the Dukies are going to be there in Charlotte, North Carolina. But I don't know how much that helps for a 7-5 Duke trying to find a way to ruin everybody's mind and kill the ACC's chance of getting into the playoffs. Virginia's only a 4-point favorite in this game. What do you got, man?
This is the most meaningless game this weekend, in my opinion. I hate that both of these teams are in there. I hate that Duke has the opportunity to put 2 group of 5 teams into the playoff. And for the sheer reason of that, I need Virginia to win this game. And I want my boy Chandler Morris, who won a state championship for the wonderful Highland Park Scots, to win an ACC championship. And I think that they will. I think that they cover and they win. And then Duke has to think about, well, we paid millions of dollars for this Mensa guy, and we kicked Malik Murphy out of our program, and we still have the same record. So chew on that, Duke.
Chew on that. Look, I'll say this. I just want this more than anything. I want Virginia to win this game. I want Indiana to lose the Big Ten championship. And I want a first-round matchup of Indiana versus Virginia. The game they canceled. And I want Virginia to knock Indiana out of the playoffs in the first round.
Yeah.
That is swift karma and justice, Matt. We live in an unfair world. It will not happen. But if it did, it would be amazing to watch Virginia and say, those guys were too big of pansies, too big of cowards, some A&M players may say, to come play us in the non-conference. They backed out of a Virginia game when we didn't think Virginia was going to be, a team playing for the ACC championship, a 10-2 team. And in their head, they'd be 10-3. Not even, they'd be further down if they played Indiana. But they do that. They go in. Indiana comes reeling off of getting reamed by Ohio State the week before. And Virginia puts it on them. Moves on to the second round. The story's too good, Matt. I got to go with Virginia. You got to go with the story here. So we both got Tech. We both have Ohio State. We both have Virginia. But I have Georgia. You have Bama in our games there, right? So that's the only one right now. You're only making up 1 point on me either way right now. So we're going to have to see where we go in these next two picks. Do you want me to pick first in the NFL or you pick first?
You can go ahead.
Okay, I'll pick first to try and give you some room because we'll still do these picks after college football when we got the playoffs. So we'll keep doing picks. This is not the last week, but
I will say I already have my picks written down, so I'm not going to cheat and just pick opposite of you, but I would like you to go first.
okay. I know as a host, I tend to go first or go second. I gave you room, but I'll go with this for the two NFL picks. NFL this weekend. There is still a big Texans Chiefs game, but I'm not picking that one. We're going to talk about that here in a second. We've only got a little bit of time. We've blown a lot of time talking about drinking today. But we will get into some of these picks here. A big game that involves the Texans, though, is the Jags. The Colts playing at Jacksonville, playing the Jags. Colts are a 1.5-point favorite. This is a big game for the AFC South. Right now, both teams are 8-4. They play one more time, so 2 more games this season between the two of them. It's a big game because the Texans really would like them to split those 2 games, not give either one an edge. But big game in the AFC South this weekend, Colts and Jags. What do you think about this game? Or actually, you know what? I said all of that, and I still pitched to you. Can't do my job right, man. So I'll tell you, in this game, Colts versus Jags, I just like the Colts have been sliding a little bit, not playing quite as good a football right now. Maybe not, lost their last 2 against the Chiefs and the Texans. Last 3 out of their last 4. As they're going into these games, they play the Seahawks next week, and then the 49ers, and then the Jags again, and then the Texans to end the season for the Colts. Like, this is a must-win game for Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
A must-win game, because if you don't win this, your path of we could be a 500, we could be a below 500 team. We could have the best start and completely fall off and trying to figure it out from that point. As for the Jags, they just haven't looked great, but they've won their last 3. Chargers, Cardinals, Titans. One of those mattered. They still got the Jets on their schedule. They still got another Titans game. They've got a couple easy wins. They don't have to win this one. I think the Colts do have to win this one. So I'm going to say the Colts go in and get the job done, even though it's kind of back and forth. But it's like if the Jags win this game, it does feel like they are the easiest path to the AFC South. If the Colts win, it makes it a little bit more challenging. I'm going to go with the Colts on this one.
Yeah, I've got the Colts too. They've just been playing really good football this year, and I don't think that they lost last week, right? I don't think that's
lost 3 out of the last 4.
Yeah, I don't think that's indicative of who they are as a team. I think they bounce back because I just don't believe in the Jags. So I'm going to go with the Colts here.
All right, then Monday Night Football, Matt. We're taking the Eagles minus 2.5 at the Chargers. This is an Eagles team that, as much as they've struggled, I keep trying to tell people about this because people keep asking me about them, and you're just like, it's the coordinators. If you just look at what they did with Shane Steichen, with Shane Steichen, and what they've done with Kellen Moore, they're really good teams, and Jalen Hurts isn't the guy. I was talking to a friend last night. She was talking about Saquon Barkley, and she's like, well, he's not playing as well. I'm like, yeah, because they don't have an offensive play caller this year. And by the way, you should not go to his house and throw rocks and eggs at his house. That's also, don't do that, Philly. But
people do that.
Yeah, they've been attacking the offensive coordinator's house.
Oh my God,
it's Philly fans. So Eagles versus Chargers in this one. Chargers also have not looked great recently, but they keep winning. This feels like a Monday Night Football, a game that the Chargers just find a way to win. I feel like they've been playing decent football, not great. And the Eagles have not been playing great football. I think the Chargers and Harbaugh find a way to win this game on Monday Night Football.
I guess I'm gonna have to make it up next week because I'm picking the Chargers too. I just don't believe in the Eagles at all. I believe in Ladd McConkey. I believe in Justin Herbert. Not the Eagles. No way. Give me the Chargers plus 2.5.
All right. There's our picks. The only one we're different on is I have Georgia, you have Bama. And even that one we're both saying is kind of a toss-up. But we both think Texas Tech wins. We both think Ohio State wins. We both think Virginia wins. We both got the Colts. We both got the Chargers. So let me ask you about one more game then, Matt. What do you think about Texans and the Chiefs? in a really, really, really big game for both teams. Texans can't lose any more ground in their battle for the AFC South because it turns out that conference is actually going to be pretty good this year. They're 7-5. They got to move up to 8-5 to compete and stay in that hunt. The Chiefs are 6-6. They're just trying to find that wild card. They drop to 6-7. Those odds become way, way worse for them to be able to get in. They haven't been playing great football this year. This could be the down year for the Chiefs. Can the Cowboys and then the Texans put the dagger in the end of the Chiefs' run?
Nothing would make me happier, so I'm going to pick the Texans to do it. The Chiefs have just been playing so poorly. I can't really put my finger on what it is because they have the best quarterback in the world.
Yeah.
But it's not enough to get it done.
KC's a 3.5-point favorite in this game, by the way. It is at Arrowhead, which is going to make it a little bit harder. But this feels like it could be a slog at times because it's going to be a defensive battle. But I just don't. I feel like Patrick Mahomes is a guy who can make the Texans pay. That's really, for me, the biggest worry in this game is that the pass rush, Patrick Mahomes is so good in the pass rush. He's been a guy that if you blitz him and you come after him, the Texans are going to have to create pressure without blitzing. It's going to be a huge game for the Texans defense to keep them in check. But one of the biggest reasons, Matt, why this team is not working as well is that Mahomes-Kelsey connection that was what Mahomes relied on when he started to break down, that's not there. So he's building it a little bit more with Rashee Rice now. But that Kelsey thing, it's not like 200 yards a game now for Kelsey, where every time the O-line breaks down, you watch Mahomes spin around and throw a ball 50 yards down to Kelsey. That just hasn't happened this season.
Yeah, he's too wrapped up with Taylor Swift, and it's unfortunate that she's derailed his career to such a wild extent, but it is what it is. And then Patrick Mahomes has to deal with Brittany Mahomes every day, and his brother Jackson, who's a horrible human being. So there's just there's just too much distraction going on with that team. And Taylor Swift, for the first time in my life, I can say thank you because you have ruined the Chiefs dynasty.
No, don't say it before we win. You got to wait till after we win to say that. All right, we got to take our second break real quick. We'll come back, wrap up the show.
Wait. Real quick. Pick the AAC champion.
Who's our AAC championship game?
North Texas versus Tulane.
North Texas.
That's what I'm picking too.
I'm going to stay with Texas.
Let's go Mean Green.
Let's go Mean Green. All right, we're going to take our second break. And we'll come back, wrap up the show here. Thanks for hanging out with us here on a Friday afternoon of Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Wrapping it up here on a Friday afternoon. Matt, we didn't get to talk about it much, but Cowboys last night losing to the Lions. One of those worlds. You can't allow 44 points in a game. The defense started to fall back again. Detroit was able to pick them apart at home. Is this the big story came out of it is now everyone's mad at George Pickens. CeeDee Lamb goes out with concussion. There's people saying that George Pickens was taking plays off and showing no heart. Richard Sherman laid into him after the game. Then George Pickens responded to that. Do you have any take on the George Pickens Cowboys drama with him looking for a new contract and how well he's played? And this apparently is the game where maybe it broke down a little bit.
I mean, it was only going to be a matter of time until something like this happened with George Pickens, because that's who he's been his entire career. And he played for the Cowboys, who have a bad locker room. So eventually it's going to rear its ugly head. I'm not surprised. Maybe it happens for the rest of the year. Maybe they nip it in the bud. I don't know. But I did say that I didn't believe in this Cowboys team yesterday, Patrick. And they proved me right.
I know.
And Jahmyr Gibbs got me a solid 30, I think.
Jeez. Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs is
37 for Jahmyr Gibbs in my fantasy team, giving me a chance to not come in or to make the playoffs.
Just killing it, man. Just Jahmyr Gibbs, just a hell of a player. All right, meathead of the day.
Before we get into the meathead, though, I want to bring one thing up.
Yes,
we talked earlier in the show about transfer portal needs for Texas. We talked about running back being one of those needs. If I am a Texas Longhorns fan, I am going to watch this North Texas Tulane game, and I'm going to watch the North Texas running back Caleb Hawkins.
Okay.
He's 6'2", 200-pound true freshman out of Shawnee, Oklahoma. He's run for 1,216 yards and 23 touchdowns this year. He is a very, very good player, and he could make a lot of money in the transfer portal. And I think Texas could be looking at him if they get around to, looking for a running back. So just keep an eye on him. That's all I'm saying.
All right. I like that. Meathead of the day, Matt. If you ever follow Message Board Geniuses on this is a great one up today. So our meathead of the day, it's got to be Lane Kiffin, right? I know this is hard to read, but this is the post is. This is the most Lane Kiffin story ever. He's been going to different yoga places every day because he cannot find one that gets to a high enough temperature. LSU is going to build him one on campus if he is unable to find one in the city. Whatever it takes to keep him happy, I guess. Someone I know just ran into his staff at Evolve Yoga this morning, and that's what they said.
So Lane Kiffin has been going to yoga studios in Oxford, and apparently he hasn't really been doing a whole lot of yoga at those studios. He's just been standing in the corner and rolling golf balls at people and watching people and doing weird shit and distracting people and being a menace to society, to the point where one of the yoga teachers at the studio that he went to made an Instagram post basically saying, "Thank God Lane Kiffin is not coming to our class anymore."
Oh, man. I love it, dude. If the story is Lane Kiffin only goes to hot yoga to watch women do yoga, it's the funniest thing possible for LSU to hire.
Pat, I'm going to tell you right now, there's a lot of stuff that people don't know about Lane Kiffin, and that would not be the weirdest thing.
Oh, yeah. All these coaches, there's some things that there's a reason why they don't, they protect themselves pretty well. So, but yeah, I love it. I love that LSU is already getting into it where it's like, guys, you can't put a coach that is already making a very unpopular decision into a massive spotlight and hope it works out. They're firing Brian Kelly and your governor and all that. It's like, this is, look, maybe he'll go in there and kill it. What was LSU's recruiting class at?
They finished really good.
Okay.
Let me see real quick. Because they signed the number 1 defensive tackle. They signed the number 1 player in the country, Lamar Brown. And both of those guys waited because, they weren't sure about it. But they ended up finishing 11th.
Okay.
So they had a pretty
They're
solid
not
class.
bad.
A lot of guys decommitted and flipped elsewhere afterward. Yeah. A couple guys went to Ole Miss, but they finished pretty good.
There you go. All right, we got to get out of here. Everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy the college football conference championship weekend. We'll come back Monday, and we'll already know if the 2% chance that I'm giving Texas to somehow find a way into this playoff is true or not. If your teams are officially dashed. If it doesn't, then we'll start to get much more portal news piling in on that Monday, Tuesday. We'll know what bowl we'll be in probably by Monday as well. So lots of conversations to get into and another week of Texas Sports Unfiltered. But until then, have a great weekend. Be safe, be kind, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here Monday for more from Open Gym.